Sure. Come and say hello to my friends and the retards. Do we have anyone here? We have 4 people here. Look at this fluffy one. Do you want to see the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen in your life? All right, okay, here we go. Whoop! Oh, you silly! What have they done to you, eh? What have they done to you? Can you hear me? It doesn't seem to be picking up the Osmo Pocket 3. So just let me know if you can hear me. I'll show you this silliness one more time. So this is very normal in Vietnam. Marky Alexander, can you hear me? And how does it sound? Why won't it pick up my Osmo? I don't understand what's going on. Oh, dear me. I don't know what's going on. How does it sound? Loud and clear. Do you think the Osmo's working? Have you been a long time? Victoria, I don't feel like I recognize you. Have you been a long time live watcher? By which I mean the last 4 lives where we changed the equipment and we noticed quite a large difference. One more time. All right, off you go. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. It's no problem. It's no problem. I've got white fluff in my mouth. Let me go and get rid of it. So if you're wondering why there's fluffy little LGBT dogs around and clearly some chaos and noise, I have some workmen here fixing my tap. Both of my taps have stopped draining. So that's what's going on. How are you? LGBT4 cat. It's not a cat, man. I mean, it might as well be, and it's like a fake dog, really, isn't it? It's like a human. It's like a pug. It's one step up from a pug, completely human created, all of the ego, serves absolute no natural or practical use whatsoever. It's really just a sign of total retardation of humanity, let's be honest. And then when you do that to its tail, then we're full retard levels. But they are builders, so not total retards. You know, they're actual men who can do things more than I can. Certainly in the physical. I'm fucking amazing, mate. I'm absolutely amazing. The next 4 videos are going to be released on the channel are the best videos I've ever created. And what I mean by that is like letting go of trying to create a good video and just fucking expressing and, you know, acknowledging what I am and what's going on and worrying less and less about what people think and the projections and just owning it and just being it. But also, you know, you see the reason the video is so good is because you see what you're not going to start fucking drilling, but fuck me, it could get bad. I didn't anticipate drilling. Fuck me. That fucking retard dog as well. All I can see is this fucking LGBT tail. Like, this is mental, man. How am I supposed to do a live with a Vietnamese builder drilling and a stupid little fluff ego dog with an LGBT tail? I think I might need to show you the LGBT things. There's a few more of you now. What the fuck am I saying? Oh, that, yeah. It's just gone to a whole new level. A whole new dissension of authenticity, of sharing it, of showing you what this fucking journey is, showing you all the pain, showing you, you know, what you have to do if you are determined to experience bliss in this life. And so far I've got to peace, and recently I've been questioning, is bliss a thing? Like consistent bliss, is that a thing? Well, according to my man, Jesse P. Watson, it is. So if he says it is, because he's the most enlightened man I've ever met, along with Lee, possibly a bit more so. Doesn't really matter. It's all me fucking judging from a perception that's beyond mine. So it's just the mind, and it's just assumption, and it's just projection. Basically, they're both just the most incredible men ever. So if you dig me and you don't just hate watch like a retard, then you need to subscribe to Jesse P. Watson and Lee M. Unlimited. Terrible YouTube name. Think I've covered that now. So yeah, we have builders in, and they brought a retard LGBT, a tail, a dog with them. All right, so I'm not just going to riff, because I have covered my present life experience to such minute detail for you in the next 4 videos. I honestly think they're life-changing. If you want to, if you're seeking, these videos have the potential to change your fucking life. Obviously, I realize most of you are just fucking projecting and retarding, but I'm not talking to you. In fact, I need to just stop mentioning you completely, because you're irrelevant. Oh, this silly little LGBT tail. Right, so let's just show the last 20 people how ridiculous this is. Okay. LGBT dog has gone trans and got all angry. Hey. YouTube, show tail. This is why it's LGBT. No. Tail. Hey! LGBT retard dog. Come on. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Yeah, I mean, like, is that all you can express? You like Jesse? Are you not on your knees praying and not praying? Are you not doing fire dances of gratitude that you have Jesse in your life? I am. Fuck me, man. Like this like to be experiencing a man of that caliber, and to not be getting triggered by it, and just liking it, in your words, that's a start. So I watch this finish. Go come on. I'll just close it up. Yeah, I'm up to 4 words/phrases now. We've got obviously I say them all on. We've got Guman as thank you. We've got Sin Chow as hello. We've got Goy as finished. And we've got Tiptoe as to be continued. I was saying something about something. Jesse, fuck me. Yeah, this guy is such a blessing. This guy is such a blessing to anyone who is ready to receive him. Jesse P. Watson and Lee. But these are very, very few of you are going to understand him. There's some videos that I don't understand. There's some voice notes that I don't understand. Whereas Jesse is really easy to follow. And he calls his videos films, and they really are films. Like, his editing is outrageous. He's only got 1,000 subs. Yet the amount of time he puts into his videos is outrageous, because the guy's an artist. Right? The guy lives off £200 a month. That's how much he's fucking simplified life. And he just spends his whole time creating, whether that's music, whether that's artwork, whether that's his relationship with his horse. Yes, horse. Bad man. What a stupid fucking bioweapon phrase that was. Absolute, incredible, enlightened, surrendered being would be better than bad man. Wigger. Oh, that's sick, mate. Oh God! So he's the first person. He's the only person since, other than Osho and Alan Watts, where I can watch his films over and over again. Just magical. And the difference is, like with Osho and Alan Watts, I used to do it because I didn't really understand, and I needed to. I feel like I understand everything he says, but it's just I've never. It's partly where I'm at, and this big open heart that's going on right now, which if you're interested in, you will see over the next 4 videos. It's partly that, but it's also him and the true beauty, love, and bliss that this man walks with. I can feel it all, and I'm just so inspired by him, so in awe of him. Just a walking example of beauty, of enlightenment, of surrender, of authenticity, of truth, of what it takes, of courage. Amazing, amazing man. I'm completely done with you. I think I know who you are. And also, your questions are fucking plebby. I don't mind if you want to be a pleb and ask questions, but it's clear that you, well, I just know who you are. And also, even if you're not the demon, then it's time to start putting money in, because you're taking over lives with plebby fucking questions, which is fine if they're genuine, but I'm not giving any more time to you until you learn to. Yeah, I'm not talking about worship. I'm talking about acknowledging a incredible being who is leading the way and is far more enlightened than you or I. So this isn't worship. This is the opposite of worship. Of course, we don't give ourselves away. We're not desperate. We're not outsourcing our responsibility. And that's why I love Jesse so much, because he takes full responsibility, and you can see it in his life and how glorious it is. It's what happens when you take responsibility. So no, we're not talking about worshipping like retards. Are Christians or Muzzies? You're promising me that I can be a pedo with 72 versions when I die. Oh, great. Anyone who says that is not enlightened, in my experience. Oh, fuck, I forgot again. So this is Lee, who for some reason comments on another channel that isn't his channel, so you won't be able to just click on that and subscribe. But this is Lee M Unlimited, who is meant to be a moderator, which I keep forgetting. Yeah, this is the same person. This person is so sad that it means so much to them just to get my attention, even if it means they've got to pretend to be a pleb and ask me questions. For some reason, obviously I don't know how a demon functions really, but for some reason they seem to get some gratification from that. But they're just, I know who you are. Like, it's pathetic. Like, why do you think you are in some way winning? It's like, oh, I've kicked him. My horns. How do you think that's winning in any way? Like, do your own work, focus on your own life. As long as you're obsessing over someone else, obviously you've lost. What a fucking spaz. You can call it bromance if you want, but it's just acknowledging an incredible being for what they are. We can use all these retarded fucking words, but we use in spaz world. But really, no, it's just gratitude. It's just gratitude that men like that exist, that men like Lee exist. I've been searching for elders for a long time, and I've had some. The peyote shaman I talk about a lot. He was a massive part of my life. He was really coming up for me today, actually. Like, I need to text that man. I haven't spoken to that man for like 2 years. I've just disappeared. It's more than 2 years. I haven't seen him since probably 4 months before I left for Thailand. So I haven't seen him for like 2.5 years. And I used to speak to him while I was in Thailand. And then when I came back to England, I never saw him. Yeah, the horses are here. There we are, horses. What a beautiful world. Yeah, it's really coming up for me. I need to text the peyote shaman. Like, he's such a big part of my life. It's all been slightly complicated by the fact that my ex is now his right-hand man. Which is fine. I introduced my ex to the circle, and my ex is just whole nother levels of enlightenment and depth and wisdom. Like, just, like, I'm pretty sure he'll end up being famous. So obviously he just progressed through the ranks massively, because he can, because he's totally dedicated. He's leaning into this life to a level that I've never experienced before. And someone younger than me, certainly, I see it in like Lee and Jesse. But I see the end product there, whereas, with my ex, I saw the development. And yeah, way more enlightened than me, like just a whole another level of surrender. So obviously he can play the guitar, he can sing, he's fucking wise, he just takes to running a circle so well. So he's pretty much, you know, probably third. So there's the shaman, there's right-hand man, and then my ex will be next. Oh my God, the most amazing lighting. So I managed to go into like a whole retarded, stupid thing with my ex where I, you know, caused drama and went into a story of like, oh, I can't go to the POT shaman 7 minutes anymore because, you know, my ex is there. But it's just absolute nonsense. Like I need to text him and just be like, why don't we talk? Why are we doing this silly pleb thing where it's like, oh, I broke up with you, I have to hate you? Like, no, like, and it's not that. Like, it's not hatred. It's just, well, we stopped talking when I went mental basically and turned to Christianity, and he was just like, I can't, you know, if you're gonna go down that road, there's nothing for us. And I was like, that's because you're demonic. Which obviously you have to do when you're Christian. You have to, anything that challenges your desperate perspective, you have to call it demonic. And that's exactly what they do. So he just was just like, yeah, well, I'll see you later. So I should message him and be like, oh, you know, I'm back. Let's talk because you're amazing and I'm amazing. And amazing people should always talk to each other. You know, just in case you're not him. Yeah, I talk about this in a video today. Have I ever seen a demon? I talk about in a video that I recorded today, so will probably be released tomorrow or the day after. I'm about 4 behind because I didn't post yesterday, but I still recorded. I talk about the first time I ever saw a demon in someone, and then I show you a demon in the woods and how they behave. So yes. Oh, getting defensive. Oh, my ego. Oh, my ego. And this is basically because I said, oh yeah, because I questioned the word like. This person has got defensive because I said, you only like him? Look how retarded you all are. Oh, you're all so retarded. And I'm so ready to just tell you you're all fucking retards. But that's all in the next few videos. Not all. There's about, you know, there's 20 of you that can meet me. This one potentially can. Leroy, he's good. Well, you might not. So I'm assuming you're somebody else. I'm assuming you're a demon that thinks he's my stalker. He's totally irrelevant and meaningless. But he thinks he's my stalker. So that's when I'm assuming you're him. Just because you write in a very similar way to one of his characters, which is this person. Basically write in exactly the same way. And I noticed that when I started ignoring this person, I noticed that you popped up. So I could be wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong. But it's hard, you know, when there's a demon that will play. I mean, by now, but out just what I'm aware of, he's played about 150 characters so far. And that just ones I'm aware of. So it's probably more like 300. And you know, that's in email form, in comment form, in all forms. So it's hard for me, you know. So I am going to get it wrong sometimes. So maybe you're not, but yeah, there's the explanation. Rude. Oh, you always know someone's a retard when they use the word rude because that's conditioning. That's what retards call honesty. You know, we've all been so conditioned into offense culture, into victim culture. I mean, like, what is rude? Like, even if I actually was rude, like, you are an ugly cunt. Like, okay, is that rude? Probably rude. But, you know, it's also honest. So even, I'm trying to think of the most extreme example of honesty that's verging on, like, meanness. It's still not rude. It's up to you whether you take it on or not. Like, why do people care? Why do people get offended? I just don't understand retards. I do understand you psychologically, but it's just so boring to me. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm enlightened, so I am gonna fucking call you a retard. Like, I'm obviously not open-hearted and soft enough to have love for retards yet, which will come when I'm truly enlightened. I'm trying to use language you'll understand. You know? But you know, I can see exactly what you are. I've been what you are, and I will call you what you are, which is a retard. This is a premium account. The Leam isn't. Adverts, man. Okay, got ya. But why don't you just have that one as your premium account? I mean, basically, I'm obviously thinking from a YouTuber perspective, which is just bullshit and meaningless. But yeah, like I'm thinking, you know, obviously people would click on you and subscribe to you, but then who gives a fuck? Because none of them are going to understand you anyway. Retard tells us the meaning of life. There is no enlightenment. Oh, okay, retard. All right. The retard has spoken, everyone. End of the stream. There's no point being here. Wow, what a retard. Okay, I think it's time to, not to mention Spencer's, I think it's time to just block all these. Not to mention Spencer's time drooling over people, then changes his mind. It was Jeroen, used to sit like a dog and song and bar. Yeah, let's just get rid of all these. So Jeroen, I've been very honest about. Yeah, so this is a thing, like I take total accountability, which you don't. I put him on a pedestal. I worshipped him. I saw that he was full of spiritual story. I then chucked him off his pedestal. Even, you know, started to dislike him, but obviously that was my ego reacting to the fact that I had pedestaled him. And now I'm in a place where I just love him and see him for what he is, which is a man that's trying and is full of spiritual stories and spiritual ego and, you know, talks lots of shit. But he's a good man who's trying, totally the opposite to you. Yeah, so this is someone who's leaning in, you know, like you don't have to, it's not about agreeing with everything I say, because of course you're not going to perceive a lot of what I speak into yet. But yeah, the difference here is stark. Like Lulu has an openness. Lulu is seeking. She's on the journey, and I don't mean seeking as in desperate. I mean open. Whereas what you guys are doing, you're still coming from like trying to know and thinking there is a knowing, and you know, basically just reciting what the BBC says. So let's delete you because you're all fucking pathetic cunts. I'll give fitness enthusiasts another slight chance, but you know, it's not looking good, is it? This is a very good one. Hello, Debbie. Hello, my superstar. Yeah, man, the plebs aren't going to stop me. They might stop me YouTubing. I mentioned this in a video today where, like, who am I doing this for? Am I doing it for me? Am I doing it for you? If I'm doing it for you, then okay, but also not okay. If I'm doing it for me, then okay, but also not okay. Is this benefiting? Is it fuck you guys? Is this benefiting me? You know, is this aligned in my journey? Is this the ego wanting attention, or is this what I'm supposed to be doing? I feel like it would be amazing if it's not what I'm supposed to be doing, because you know, wise people need to talk and share. However, also seeing how much escapism there is in it, and the more I learn to just be and be present, the more I can see that, oh, actually, yeah, I'm not sure I want to really do this, or I'm not sure this is a benefit to me, I should say. I'm not sure if this is just you know, feeding my ego more than my soul, let's say. Yeah, this one gets it, but he's probably taking a piss. But if you do think that, then you need to watch Lee and Jesse, and you'll realise that I am a mere unconscious retard. Okay, fitness needs to go. More enlightenment, Tom. Oh god, yeah, he definitely needs to go. What a fucking spaz. Not here to learn. Get rid of him. Well said, Sam. Sam can spot them a mile off. Shut up, pleb! Shut up and learn! If you ain't here to fucking learn, then off with fucks. There's lots of retardation out there that you can go and dance in. But no, you want to find the few conscious wise spaces and shit all over them because you're possessed by a demon. Alright, Spen, me man. Big love for Spen, especially after I ripped him apart over a whole hour when he did nothing wrong. Oops. Alright, retards, you're going to have to... Okay, I'm going too far now. Most of these are good. I think we've got rid of most of the retards. All right, wonderful beans. You're going to have to get in the chat because I'm at the end of the chat. And I ain't riffing today because I don't want to ruin the next 4 videos because I think they're highly enlightening if you're ready to be enlightened, which most of you are. So you'll just project onto them anyway and then I'll block you. I don't know if it's coming back. I don't know if I can do it. I'm actually at the point where I'm like, can I do any of it? And this is new. This is like today. This has come up. I'm almost certain this channel will continue. I mean, the fact that Lee does it, the fact that Jesse does it, and they're like way beyond where I'm at. So I'm pretty sure it's aligned. English refugee, is that aligned? Is entertainment aligned? I mean, it's okay to entertain plebs. There's nothing wrong with entertaining plebs, but is it what I want to do? It basically everything. I just ask myself this with everything now: am I doing this out of fear or trust? So I think ultimately the desire to post English refugee videos comes out of fear, comes out of scarcity, comes out of needing to make money, not trusting. So I think if I was to just not do that and trust, then this channel would take off, or my number of clients would increase, or the amount I charge for clients would increase. Something would replace it. So it's like, how long do I hang on to this vibration of fun? It's quite a high vibration, English refugee. Like, I think it's fun is its vibration, which I think is one past neutral. How long do I dance in that vibration? Or do I just let go of it and trust and just go into total joy and bliss and know that that's going to pay off? It's this constant shadow dance, this constant dance with the ego. And then there's also like, oh, maybe entertaining plebs is worthwhile. Maybe that's what I'm here to do as well. I don't know. Oh, how that let's just pretend you are what you say you are. How do you think you can advise me in any way? How do you think you can give any sort of reflection? You come onto my videos and ask me questions, and they're very retarded questions. So how can you go from there to thinking you have a deeper perspective than me? Like, this is how retarded you people are. You know, just no fucking no self-observation, no self-awareness. It's just it's gobsmacking. Right, let's delete you. I'm just so done with retards. I'm not even, you know, so the reason to keep these people is fear. Is it trust or fear? Every time, ask yourself that. So the only reason to keep retards like that is, oh, they keep the chat going, oh, we're good for the video. So that's fear, that's not trust. Fuck that shit. Okay, so Lee is going to tell me whether I should be doing this or not. Doing these types of chats are of benefit, dude. I think so. Till they actually, oh, here we go. Till they actually cost you, and they aren't yet, as there is still growth in them. Yeah. Well, to say these types of chats, I assume you're talking about what is occurring in this very moment, so a live stream, and I definitely agree with that. But what do you think about English refugee? Boom, Debbie, the superstar. What a wonderful woman. Wonderful, wonderful woman. So much love for Debbie. So Debbie is my superstar client, who I'm just so proud to be working with, and so proud of the incredible transformations he's making on a daily basis. Just incredible. I'd really like Debbie actually to, maybe it's my ego who wants to do that. Definitely some ego. I feel like it'd be so beneficial to share those voice notes that we exchanged the other day, so people can see what is being brought, you know, and how it's held. Because I think they'll watch this and watch my videos and think, oh, I don't want a session with him because he'll just call me a retard. But, you know, the Tom that shows up here as the entertainer and the showman is very different to the Tom that turns up in a compassionate space of transformation. No. All my neighbors right now are white, so it's silent. It's wonderful. Another retard thinking they can advise an enlightened one. Like, why do you do it? Why? You know, I know why you do it. It's because you don't want to accept you're a retard. So you. It's like the diversity is our strength mentality. You know, like pretending we're all the fucking same when clearly we're not. Like, clearly I'm way more conscious than you, but you can't accept that, and therefore you'll never learn. Whereas Leroy absolutely knows that the voices in your head are the mind and are a stream of consciousness that isn't even anything to do with you. Yes, Leroy, you are a good one. Very good one. Oh, this is a good one. Just dance. This one knows. This one knows. Dancing is pretty much one of the most healing things you can do, especially when it's like 5 rhythms dance, when it's conscious dancing. Fuck me, dancing is such a kid. Debbie, fucking dancing would be so good for you. We haven't really spoken about stuff like this yet. We've been deep in psychology, but yeah, check out 5 rhythms, Debbie. That will change you so much for the better. Oh, you'll fucking hate it. Oh, you'll be just like I was. You'll be on the edges, like, oh my god, these people are fucking mental. Obviously, you'll have to judge them all because really they're free. The ones that are really doing it, they're free. And obviously, you don't understand freedom at first when you go to these sort of things. All we know is judgment and living in the minds of others. And oh, I've got a suit and tie on. Will you respect me? So that, you know, when you see someone like, okay, I'm exaggerating, but maybe not. You're like, whoa, they're fucking mental. So then you're just on the edge, like, and then soon you become one of them. It's fucking amazing. It's literally like letting the boundaries and the repression fall away physically. Oh. Lulu's on it. Professional. Yeah, this person needs professional help. Somebody that's got a degree. Somebody that's been brainwashed at university. A professional. No, I need Lee. I need Jesse. And I need nature. That's it. None of these fucking brainwashed white coat cunts. How can you be so retarded? I am glad you're here, Lulu. Thank you. And then you get retards like this who are obviously enslaved, completely stuck. So all he can do is project onto me that I will have to come back to Sheffield because if he accepts that I've made it and I'm a total success, he'll have to realize he's a failure. So rather than that, he just pretends that I'm a failure that's going to have to come back to Sheffield at some point. It's just so boring. How do you not see how boring you are, how pathetic you are, how retarded you are? Yo, Tom, good turnout for this live, considering it's office pleb busy time in the UK. Yeah, so it's, what is it, a Monday or Tuesday or something like that? I don't keep track of your retard days. It doesn't matter to me. The only reason it would ever matter to me is if I wanted to numb out and watch Sheffield Wednesday, which I think it's done. Like now that it's all just so clearly satanic and fixed. Like the World Cup is, for me, you know, football was basically over for me anyway, but the World Cup's just totally finished it. How can I ever watch it again after they've dropped all those satanic symbols? But then there is just that, you know, Sheffield Wednesday being, you know, of my childhood. I have very little connection to my family. I mean, basically, when I say family, I mean mother. The rest of them are irrelevant, really. I love my dad, but, you know, he's a child. But, you know, my mother's a superstar. Also a retard, but a superstar retard. And, you know, it's my connection with her. You know, this is how pathetic my dad is. My dad's a Sheffield United eye, and I'm a Wednesday eye. What sort of man lets their wife decide what team their son's going to support? Especially seeing as my brother, his other son, half brother, is a United eye. So it could have been me, my dad, and my brother. So me and my brother have no relationship at all. But, you know, it could have been very different if my dad had fucking worn the trousers, if he'd have been a man. But no, he's a little fucking boy. And his wife is his mummy. So I ended up as a Sheffield Wednesday fan. I just think that's an absolute disgrace. Yeah, and I don't care. I don't hold on to this. I'm just acknowledging it. Like, what a pathetic man you are. And he is. He's an absolutely pathetic man. He doesn't own a toolbox. He doesn't stand for anything. He's pathetic. But he's also done the absolute best job that he can from that pathetic place. And I'm very grateful for that. Ooh. Oh, wow. Debbie is a dancer. It worked. Oh, let me stroke my ego some more. Oh, I got him to mention me. Oh my God. I'm a little insignificant pussy in the comments, but oh, I got some attention. Do you know how insignificant you are to a YouTuber? Do you know once you've experienced being a YouTuber and you've had shitloads of attention, you realize how meaningless it is and how much I just laugh at people like you? Yeah, it is fucking hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. And that probably is worthwhile. Like, comedy is fucking worthwhile. Yeah, okay, so here's the question. Here's the question. When, not if. Oops. We're talking about this. When, not if, this channel makes £2 a month. Well, especially if you include my coaching, my walking with other beings that want to work with me. When that gets to £2 a month, then I have a decision to make. And I suppose that decision consists of, is it worth it from a just safety point of view? Because eventually, especially when you see the videos I've just recorded, I'm going to piss off some authorities. Because obviously people in authorities are the most conditioned people. So they won't understand that when I talk about retards, unconscious, I view the whole world like that. They'll think it's about their country. So, you know, you wonder if it's worth it once I don't need it financially, from my perspective, purely from my perspective. You know, I could then live in any country in the world. No one would know where I am. I would never be in danger of pissing off anyone, unless I was in a Muslim country and I talk about, you know, them all being pedos. That would piss them off on this channel. But I just don't go to Muslim countries, so that solves that one. So, you know, it's like, so it's this ego dance, this shadow dance. Like, at some point, am I going to just value my peace over everything? And I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. I mean, I can already answer, yeah, definitely, I will. And therefore, I will have to let go of English refugee, which will hurt, because one, it's money, two, it's fun. I quite enjoy doing it. Overall, I enjoy doing it. Obviously, there's bits I don't like editing and reading retards in the comments. But I think for my own journey, for my own peace, at some point it will have to go. And I don't think that'll be too long. Actually, in the video I recorded today, I look into the camera and I go, I hope you know, I basically say something that's going to trigger retards, and then I go, whilst you're getting triggered in the comments, just remember this was your chance to awaken, and when it's gone, you might miss it. I mean, how is this even a thing? Like, so when I was in England, he is a mate. I'll use the word mate, but he's a fucking spaz. His son watches. I'm talking about Slacker. If you're his son. Really great guy, man. Like, pretty authentic, but, you know, completely off the 3D. I knew if he was drugged him. And, you know, he's done well for himself. He owns 13 houses. I mean, they're all fucking grow houses, which you can't do, by the way, as a white man in England anymore. Which nationality is this? Oh, Albanians. Albanians have totally taken that market. And what they do now is they fly drones around and they can tell which houses are hot. And then they put a note through your door saying, we want £2 a month, otherwise we're going to rob you. And my mate's pretty fucking hard and well connected. And, you know, he's gone to prison for having guns and stuff like that in the past. Like, this guy's no pussy. And he tried to stand up to him. He said, you can fuck off. You know, you're in my fucking country. Cunt face. He lost. So these 13 houses are no longer grow houses, but that's how we got to 13 houses. And what was I saying about him? Oh, yeah. So I bumped into him after 5 years at Virgin Gym, and he's all like got fucking red shit on his face. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm taking them fat jabs in. So I'm like, what the fuck's this fucking disease? What's going on? And he's like, oh, yeah. Actually, I think he just brought it up. And I just went, are you mental? Like, is this even a thought for people? Like, are people honestly thinking that this could be anything other than poison? Anyway, so I just looked at him, gone out, and I was like, what are you doing? And then I pointed at the scabs on his head, and I was like, what do you think that is, retard? Anyway, these, right, do you want to know what they are? Unbelievable. You're not going to believe me. You're not going to believe me. They're snake venom. They are snake venom. Seen a scientist break it down. They are snake venom. People are injecting small amounts of snake venom into their bodies every day. And you know what? One of the main things that's been reported, other than the osteoporosis, is people are going blind. What do you think snake venom does? I mean, it's just amazing. It's amazing that people would think that something can be that easy and not have a detriment. Like, it's just incredible. People don't understand how this life works. Like, there's a balance, there's a flow. If you want to, you know, it's like what I'm trying to show you. Like, if you want to open your heart, for example, which you'll see over the next few videos, if you want to open your heart, you've got to feel all the pain covering your heart. You know, there's the yin and the yang always until you reach oneness, which I have no perspective of. I have an intellect of, but no perspective of. So the fact that people are so retarded that they think that they can just take the cheat, lose weight, and there'd be no detriment, like that to me is just, I mean, I'm pretty sure when I was 4 years old, I would have known there would be some payback needed. So the payback is that it's snake venom, and it's absolutely going to kill you. It's probably worse than the COVID jabs, probably. I mean, who knows? But you know, it's on a par with that. And for me, it's just incredible. Just incredible that they're even a thing. That people are so fucking stupid. You know, I get like bioweapons taking it and stuff. They are fucking stupid, but people who look like me are doing that. Like, really? Like, how am I in this world? How am I on the same plane as people who are taking fat jabs? It's just mental. But that's the way this reality works. Like, you know, you've got Jesse in his sheepskin making music on rocks, and then you've got Slacker fucking poisoning himself with snake venom. And people say that it's rude to acknowledge the difference. What am I? All right, Debbie and dancing. I had lots of them dancing days, Tom. What is it called? Yeah, they were the best. Ha, ha, ha. What kind of dancing have you done? So, very different to dancing in a nightclub, because that's a peacock show. That's usually, unless you're very free and very courageous, that's dancing for the other. Obviously, if it's like ballroom or anything organized, like great, awesome, but you know, very, you know, I'm talking about expression. 5 rhythms dance. A step before 5 rhythms dance is conscious dancing. But conscious dancing is actually unconscious. It's basically people who still want to have fun. And there's a lot of eye contact. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of like, whoa, look at me, aren't I good? And of course, you'll get them at 5 rhythms, but then you'll also get the people that are doing it as a healing modality who are not making eye contact with anyone and are having their own journey. It's definitely another level. Oh, the objective is to dope up the populace, so I wouldn't trust the fat job. I mean, like, yeah, like, how is anyone trusting anything that's of the system? You know, these people still believe they're on a spinning ball. Like, there's just no hope. There's no hope, man. Like, if you honestly haven't got to a point where you've realized everything they've ever told you is a lie, you're done for. You're done for. It's over for you. Just fucking give up and become a smackhead or something. The BLM Neil done it for me. Yeah, that was a big moment, wasn't it? Oh, you're talking about football. Yeah, okay, yeah. Great. Good on you, man. Good on you. This is a man with integrity. I assume a man. We stopped booing it because England played well in the Euros. So fickle. We should always boo that shit. It's so true. And now we're fucking clapping. I mean, the World Cup is not only is it a satanic ritual, it's also like whose retarded, ugly, murderous, illegal bioweapons can beat the other murderous, illegal bioweapons. Like, it's so embarrassing. Did you see the picture for Netherlands versus Sweden? It's got Isaac, is it? I think Isaac or Isaac. Went from Newcastle to Liverpool recently. The ugliest man in the world. Terrible genetics. How he's an athlete, I don't know, because his genetics are disgusting. Now, for YouTube, of course, I can see some beauty in him as well. He's actually a very good-looking man. But yeah, fucking ugly. And then he was like next to a big beefy bioweapon, and it's like Netherlands versus Sweden. Like, no, like Swedish are blonde hair, blue-eyed beauties, not fucking Isaac. Demon face. But of course, they're all just fallen angels anyway, so it's all all the show. Awesome, man. In the mountains in Spain with your dog. Fuck me, man. Just so beautiful. So beautiful. The NHS doctors are snake oil salesmen. Don't get any of the jib jabs. Lose weight naturally. Drink more water. I mean, it's just so obvious, isn't it? How could anyone think that a jab to lose weight? I mean, we've already covered it. Like exercise, and then it's also like, so what Jesse is so beautifully showing, like, so he collects his water every day. You know, he collects herbs. He lives off £200 a month. He hunts. And he explains, you know, if you collect your own water, the joy you have from drinking it, you know, all that's taken away from you when you just take the easy option, turn on a tap. So, you know, obviously that's, you know, pretty out there for the retarded society we live in. But this, hang on, yeah, this, like, how can people be so disconnected from their body that they don't even appreciate the mental, let's say, benefits of exercise? Like, so the only reason these people are exercising is aesthetic, how they look. And if they can replace that with an injection, they'll replace that with an injection, because their mental health is on the floor anyway, and they can't feel, they're completely numb. So to them, you know, exercising is purely aesthetic. Everything's external. Like there's nothing. It's why their eyes are dead. There's nothing inside. To the point where they'll take an injection and think that that's as good as exercising. Just mental, right? And this is what we have to deal with. This is what we have to be around. When people get triggered when I say, I don't like unconscious people, or I don't want to be around you retards, and they're like, oh, you're so rude. You're fucking injecting yourself with snake fucking venom, you stupid fucking punt. Punt off into the cunt corner and let me dance in the forest. Yeah, this is when the three black players miss penalties, and then the obviously contrived reaction after that. I was like, oh, right, yeah, it's totally fixed. I'd seen people talking about it being fixed before that, and was like, really? That would take a lot. But oh, pink sky. Oh. Oh. Can you guys see it? Oh, the camera's not doing it justice at all. Oh, God, the camera's not showing the pink at all. What a shame. Oh, it's glorious. You've lost me, guys. So send some money to get my attention back. Oh, wow. Last night was a rainbow, man. Oh, my God. It was so glorious. And my heart was bursting open and I was crying and then suddenly it was a rainbow. Ah! Ah! Fuck! That's one of the pinkest skies I've ever seen. Woo! Don't worry, it'll be gone in 5 minutes. I'll come back. It's like, fuck me. So this is the thing, right? I could just sit and be present and look at that sky, which will serve me so much more than doing this. But of course, like, I'm a YouTuber and I'm in the middle of a live. Like, I can't just sit and look at the fucking sky because everyone will get triggered and piss off and not give me any money. But you know, I don't want to fucking talk to you guys when the sky's pink. That's just glorious. That's just stunning, man. What the fuck does that? Come on, science people. Tell me the science. Why does a sky go pink? It's actually, it's all the toxins, isn't it? That's what it fucking is. It's the toxins being lit up. But I think there's also, so obviously, you know, the science explanation and the actual explanation were two very different things. I mean, you know, you're going to think I'm crazy, but just like the rainbow last night, it's confirmation. It's like, oh, here's your, you know, so I've gone super pink lilies. I've got a whole fucking bunch of pink flowers here. So this is all obviously related to the heart opening. And then suddenly a rainbow appears last night, and now the sky's fucking pink. It's just that, and honestly, and that's just the beautiful stuff. When you watch the latest video I've recorded, I have been challenged today to open my heart more. You know, like really fucking challenged. So basically today has been the full spectrum of like, I cannot fucking do this anymore, and like, so you'll see it. Like, I'm not just doing what the asleep pussy does, that calls himself awake and brave, and just showing you the bliss, the claimed bliss in his case, it's not even real. I'm showing you both. I'm showing you the full spectrum, which not many people do, because people are so scared of showing the shadow, are so scared of showing the vulnerable bits. But I can't just pretend. I'm not just going to give you the like, oh, my heart's open and look, the sky's pink and me, love and light. It's just fucking bullshit. It's not going to help anyone. I'm here to help people. I'm here to. I'm here to teach you. So what helps? So this person, I mean, obviously they're just pissing around. I need help, Tom. I've inhaled too many chemtrails. So what is the help you can give yourself? Don't fucking reach out for a savior. They don't exist. Can you become your own savior? Definitely better off eating fruits and nuts than injecting snake venom. I'm in Dalat in Vietnam right now. Oh, this is interesting. So Debbie lost weight by eating more, funnily enough, she says, but little and often. So keeping the metabolism going all the time. Yeah, I mean, just literally everything they tell us is a lie, like everything. So they tell us to eat 3 big meals a day, so obviously you should do the opposite of that, and Debbie's worked that out. I was not eating enough, but the wrong things and once a day. Also, medication piled weight on. Yeah, fuck that shit, man. So yeah, Debbie has quit the zombie pills. Well done, Debbie. Peep Show is the best. You know I watched Peep Show, or watched. If only they would do another series. Peep Show is the only thing that's ever been on TV that is worth watching. I can't think of anything else. 24, maybe. I couldn't watch it now, but you know, at the time, 24 was fantastic. But Peep Show is the only thing that I could watch now that's ever been on terrestrial TV. Just phenomenal. Phenomenal. And a third person perspective. Shadow work. I mean, that one when they go to 5 rhythms dance, don't they? I mean, it's just fantastic. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. If you've never watched a Peep Show, you have to watch it. I mean, it's 10 years old now, but it's that is absolute comedy. It's a bit woke. It's a bit woke. When I go into the void, I sometimes still watch it. And you know, some of the stuff they say, I'm like, oh god, like there's that episode where he makes friends with a Nazi, doesn't he? Who's obviously an absolute badass. And you know, it's all like done with the assumption that, you know, racism is awful. But this is before the invasions, and of course that's what they thought. And it's TV, so of course it's going to be brainwashing. But it is amazing. It's definitely worth watching. English Refugee feels like the Peep Show. Mission accomplished. Fuck yeah, that's the biggest compliment you could ever pay me. Thank you so much. Feels Peep Show inspired, the narrative of funny thoughts, and feels so relatable. I related to Mark, Jez, and your thoughts. Yeah, totally, man. I guess it is inspired by the Peep Show. I don't think I'd consciously connected this, but of course, like the thing that's brought the most laughter to my life, of course, I'm going to try and implement that in my content. So yeah, it is. It's very third. It's third person or first person? It's third person, right? You know, I do that. Yeah, it's fucking great, isn't it? Like, it's the only show that expresses what they're thinking in their mind, and English Refugee definitely does that. So yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate that. And I can see why it feels that way, and I'm really proud of that. I'm out of breath after all that wanking. Chicken pig. 1 meal a day also works to lose weight, but no snacking and drink 3 to 4. Yeah, I would imagine that does, because then you're into intermittent fasting, which makes a lot of sense to me. That sounds. I mean, I'm a massive advocate of fasting, like as in like 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. And I think intermittent fasting makes sense to me. So Debbie's talking about the venom jabbers. I don't believe they don't know. It's easy and quick, and they are so vain, so they choose not to see, like most things. Yeah, I think there's truth in that. And there's just no way. I know everyone's fully fucking indoctrinated and conditioned and retarded. But there's just no. Well, then again, they believe they live on a spinning ball, so I don't know. I just don't think these people can think. I think they live with this assumption that if it's on the market, it's safe. Because I used to live with that assumption. When I was a child, I just assumed that, you know, the FDA and whatever the English equivalent is, you know, I assumed that they were, you know, they cared. I thought the government cared. I thought the government was doing its best. I don't think it was until, well, I suppose it was 9/11 where I even first questioned. When did Blair get elected? 97, wasn't it? I cheered that, but I was like 6. I only cheered it because my parents cheered it. I wasn't 6, I was 11. And my parents just thought it was the best thing ever that Blair had been elected, so obviously I did. So yeah, it's certainly not before 2001 did I even ask the question, like, oh, maybe these people don't have our interests at heart. So I just think these people they're just zombies. They just had never questioned. Like they just assume that if it's on the market, because you would assume as a zombie, you would, you know, it's impossible to acknowledge the level of evil we're living with as a zombie. Like my parents, for example, like the reason they're still NPCs, retarded, whatever you want to call it, is essentially because they're good people, because they can't imagine. They can't even comprehend the level of evil that is going on and that is needed for what's going on. Because they can only think from a human perspective, you know, they can't comprehend like anything other than human. And they haven't delved into their own shadow and experienced their own evil, which is in all of us, enough to receive it. Oh yeah, no, that's going to be in others. And if you don't do the work and shine light on those dark parts take over, and then you're open to like full-on demonic possession of a lot, which obviously everyone in power at the very least is demonically possessed, or, you know, just fallen angels and actual demons or reptiles or whatever. So, you know, when I break it down for my parents, like where they get stuck is the level of evil and then, you know, the spiritual aspect. I mean, my mum's nowhere near. My mum, there's no point even talking to mum. Like, she just can't fucking, like, she just can't hear it. But my dad can get there, but then he'll get to, but why do they do it? And I can't get him past that because he just can't even comprehend the level of evil. And then if I try going from the angle of, well, actually, it's a spiritual battle, I've lost him. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Retard tells me what to do. Okay. Let me listen to the retard. There's no explanation. There's just their virtue signaling. Let's all listen to the virtue signaler. Oh, what's Ben got to say? Well, that's Ben. I had friends say, I agree with you now about the jib. Then they lap up. Yes! So annoying. Incredible, isn't it? We still don't listen to you. It's like, I passed the basic intelligence test of 2021. You failed it. And you're now acknowledging that. Okay, well, here's the next intelligence test. Oh, no, I think you're fucking crazy. Have we not just been through this? Have we not just experienced this? Do you not learn from experiences? Oh, clearly not. Yeah, it's just unbelievable, isn't it, mate? Unfucking real. Unreal. You know, you get like Sophie's a great example. A spastard that fell for the basic intelligence test. Acknowledges that was fucking retarded and still thinks they can give me advice or can criticize me in the comments. It's like, how do these people not see the difference in consciousness? Like, I just don't understand. Like, when I meet someone like Lee, I don't get into competition with him. I don't try and be as good as him. I just go, oh, thank God, there's someone there I can learn off. Oh, fantastic. And if anything, as you saw with Drew, and I pedestal them. You know, it's the opposite. But these retards, man, they can't acknowledge that people are wiser than them, even when, you know, they did the most retarded thing ever and other people didn't. And then those same people that didn't are speaking to things that are now beyond their perception, yet they will still fucking judge them and think they're right. It's remarkable. And this is why we live in a zombie world. Jeroen sent me a clip off X, I assume, or TikTok or something, Instagram maybe, of zombies in the UK. Now it's probably fake. But it was somebody filming on, it looks like one of the bridges in London, probably Tower Bridge, and it was zombies. It's probably fake, but you know, it is going to happen. So maybe it's happening now. Has anyone else seen anything around that? Out of interest, I'm asking more than, you know, putting anything into it, because I'm pretty sure it's fake. I'm pretty sure we need Project Bluebeam first. Is it going to be Project Bluebeam or Zombie Attack first? I don't know. I don't care, because I'll just be in the forest. It won't make any difference to me. The minute you use the word disclosure, you lose me, because it's all off the show. Like, there's no disclosure. Like, I mean, apparently they've released some film called Disclosure Day, and people are taking it seriously. Like, what? Are you mental? So whatever they tell you is all part of the show. They're gearing up towards Project Bluebeam, so that's why we're getting the disclosure, as you put it now. So the more they talk about UFOs, the less I believe in them. You know, I used to think UFOs are obviously, you know, a thing. But actually, I'm just starting to think, oh no, that's all made up, because they're talking about it now, so it must be made up. Fish and seafood is your favorite nutrition. I've stopped eating it because the sea is so poisoned. You know, India is just shitting into the sea and using every river as its garbage system. So the amount of microplastics in the sea now, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. And I think shellfish and pig and chicken possibly, but certainly the first two, we shouldn't be eating those, because they are literally the hoovers of the sea or the ground. You know, they eat anything. They just eat all the shit. So there's no doubt that if you're eating pig and shellfish, you are really opening yourself up to parasites, which I accept we all have anyway, and is, you know, a really big thing that isn't acknowledged, because if people knew about parasites, then the big C and stuff like that wouldn't be an issue. And obviously they want us all to keep taking their pharmaceutical bullshit and their mustard gas called chemotherapy. So they don't want us to know anything about parasites. But yeah, if you're eating shellfish, mate, nah, I disagree completely. You're literally eating the hoovers of the ocean. You're eating the crap of the ocean. I've only just stopped it. I've only just stopped eating pig myself. Shellfish I stopped quite a while ago. That's not true. I was eating prawns and only 6 months ago. Pigs has been quite challenging. I like my bacon. But I haven't eaten a pig now for, it's got to be about a month. I basically just eat beef. That's all I eat now, beef. And the odd bit of chicken if I can't be asked for. In fact, because beef isn't really, oh, wow. Can you see that lightning? How good's that? Beef isn't really a thing in Southeast Asia, or it's the least used meat. So you really have to seek it out, which I do. But sometimes I can't be asked and end up eating a bit of chicken. But actually, I haven't even eaten chicken now for 2 weeks. All I've eaten is beef, vegetables, and a couple of pizzas when I was in the void. Oh yeah, and I had to get some chips last night. I was fucking feeling it last night. I just said to my inner child, like, whatever you want, man. Like, my inner child was like, pizza and chips. So we got pizza and chips. Oh, fucking hell, man. So I like this person, even if they do eat shellfish and are full of parasites. Europeans are sea creature derived, if you didn't know. I'd love, I mean, you've obviously got to expand on that. If you're talking about anything if you're talking about anything that relates to Darwin's lie of evolution, I'm not interested. That's indoctrination. But I don't think you are. I think you're coming, I think you have some crazy crackpot theory that will probably end up being true. So yeah, I'd love to hear more, mate. I'm all in. Or I'm all ears, I should say. I'm not all in yet, but I'm all ears. Football is DEI. They pick kids from a young age and build them up. So they make sure to develop the replacements. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, there's DEI going on. There is also the fact that, you know, we are different. Everyone's different. And cultures are very different, even though diversity is our strength and we're all the same, of course. But you know, and mostly for the bioweapons, it seems very negative. Certainly from a Western society point of view, like they literally just cannot be part of it. However, there is one thing that they are blessed with, and that's big legs, big lips, big noses, big muscles. You know, they're fantastic athletes, fantastic athletes. You know, because they need to run from lions and shit. So it's inevitable. Like, I'm sure this is true. Like I've no doubt. In fact, I was reading a parent of a white child who had just been released from a club, and he was saying like, you know, no white kids got picked. As in, like, you know, kids that were clearly better than some of these bioweapons didn't get picked. So I'm sure DEI is part of it, but also there is the fact that you know, they're built like apes. Of course, they're not apes. Of course, they're exactly the same as us. There's no difference at all. Diversity is our strength. Stop being racist. But you know, they are genetically. Is that okay? Am I allowed to do that? Am I about to be struck down? So of course they're going to be best at football. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? I should have done it ages ago. So I think I used it on. So this person is talking about my new English refugee pick. So basically, up until now, I've just done that fucking satanic symbol, haven't I? It's so hard not to do. It's so ingrained in us. The fucking 3 6s, man. It's a very difficult one to not do, especially when you speak with your hands. Fuck. Just does my head in how conditioned we are, man. Yeah, so the first English refugee pick was obviously of the ego. It was obviously trying. It was obviously like, look at me, I'm so happy. Here's my fucking sombrero, and I'm smiling and I'm pretending to look at God, but really I'm fucking broken inside. I just have to leave my whole life because it's been invaded by bioweapons, and maybe if I pretend I'm happy, people will watch my shit. That was the energy that was taken in. And so I used the one that is now a profile picture on a post ages ago, and somebody put, "This is so you." And the minute they put that, I looked at it and I was just like, "Oh fuck, it is, isn't it?" Like, it's like a shock for like, what the fuck is going on? Why am I surrounded by browns? Kind of look. And I knew in that moment that it needed to be my profile picture. But then you go through the whole ego thing of like, yeah, but if I change my profile picture, people won't know it's the same channel. You know, it isn't good for a channel to change the picture, that's for sure. But I just, about 3 days ago, it just, so basically, obviously I'm always deleting shit off my phone because it's how, you know, the memory gets used up very fast. But I've that picture has been at the bottom of my gallery for fucking ages now because I've known that I'm going to use that. And I think yesterday it just dropped in like, what are you doing? Like, why are you not trusting? Why are you keeping this old profile picture that feels energetically just, it feels false. It not feels false, it is false. And you know, now I'm just in such authenticity that I just can't have any falseness in my life whatsoever. So it just dropped in yesterday, like, oh, you've got to do it. I almost did it there and then, but it was like at 3 in the morning your time or something like that. So I thought I'd wait till the next day and then post about it. So the numb retards who were just like, oh, I can't process anything. I've just injected a load of snake venom into my blood. Oh, I'm looking for that smiling red one. Oh, it's not here. He must have not posted. So yeah, I thought I'd wait until I could do a post and let the retards know, like, wakey, wakey, retard! Come out of that snake venom coma. This is me. Click on it. Learn. Oh no, you won't do that. You'll just fucking be entertained. Okay, that's fine. I'll make money off you instead. Lulu, who is always worth reading the comments of, wonder what's the reaction of the masses when they realise the truth and the horrific deceit. Will they? I think most of them will die before they do, and you know, soon. The thing is, okay, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because for us, it's been gradual. I'll talk about me, and I think most of you will relate to this. You know, if you've been awakening essentially over the last 20 years, and it got really intense after 2020, basically, or you know, your story might be a few years either side of that, or whatever. You know, it's been gradual for us, hasn't it? And it's still shocking. Like, you know, the beheading, I remember feeling shocked to that. You know, I think a lot of the COVID stuff was quite shocking. But you know, it's just this gradual realization and then like acceptance, like, oh right, everything's inverted and they're trying to kill us. Right, okay, great. Like the difference between that and like bump, wakey. But that's only gonna happen. I mean, you know, we're at the point where even if they came out and told us, you know, like the whole thing with QAnon and the reason people so fall for that is because, you know, Trump can't just come out and say it because no one will believe him. So he has to show them, you know, it's all bollocks. Obviously, Trump is part of the them every time club. But it's a way of, it's just like Jesus. It's just like, you know, they want you to put your faith in an external savior, give all your responsibility and power away to the external. So you don't do anything. And Trump's, Q's motto is trust the plan, i.e., don't do anything. What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, so even if so that was acknowledged, even though it's not true, that was acknowledged. But you know, if Trump can't just come out and say this is what's happening, this is what's been going on, if he was a white hat, which obviously he isn't. So even if they did do some big admission, like, okay, so if they come out and say, okay, but democracy doesn't exist, guys, you've all got religious ID now, so we can tell you the truth, you're our slaves, we're reptilians, we're energy harvesting you, which is basically where we're going now. So the reason that they are giving us all these useless politicians is so we get sick of them, and so that we're willing to try something else, which will be an AI government. And we're slowly moving towards the pretense of democracy. Like, they're bored of democracy. They're bored of pretending there's democracy. Like, they're done with that. They don't really need that anymore. They just need to get the digital IDs in, and then they can, you know, get rid of democracy. But as always, they do need us to buy into it as a collective. I think that's, you know, partly a manifestation thing. I don't think they can manifest, but also it's you know, because there's only actually 200 of them, I think, or you know, less than 1,000 certainly. So, you know, they can't have us wake up until we are fully enslaved because we would overthrow them. But we're so close to them just admitting it now. Like, there's, you know, we're pretty much there. They just need to get just digital IDs in, and then get us to accept an AI government, and then that's it. It's done. It's finished. All right, so this is a guy up a mountain in Spain. I like the sound of this guy. You should be creating videos, I feel. Been here since October, but no one. Oh, I know no one, but chat to local farmers when I get lonely or go to town or the market for coffee. Life inland here is UK in the 70s. Love it. I recommend trying it. Oh, it sounds so beautiful. I can just feel it. I can just feel it. Oh, there's nothing sadder than looking at UK pictures from 50 years ago, isn't it? Oh man, it was such a beautiful country, such an amazing people. And obviously we're all the same, and there's no differences between anyone. But you can understand why some people think that English people were the best before we just totally capitulated and became libtards. Yeah, I've no doubt that the theory of evolution goes right to left Hebrew. So basically, it's for them every time club. Yeah, of course it is. It's an absolute joke. You know, there's no skeletons for, you know, what they tell us happened. So obviously, if we evolved from apes, you would see skeletons of every part of that process. But there aren't any. There's apes and there's humans. There's no in between. There is one that they tried to pretend was, but it wasn't. I didn't see the pink. That's good. Yeah, it's such a the fact that we call them ethnic minorities is just disgusting, isn't it? Europeans are under 6% of the world populace, yet they flood the land with aliens, and they call them ethnic minorities. Yeah, so Europeans are definitely the actual minority and are the ones that are getting Gino. Next word, next half of the word, sided. Yeah, I did look super fucking gay, didn't it? Super gay. But maybe, you know, look at my flowers, man. They're super fucking gay. But also, they're super feminine and full of heart and love. I mean, that bunch over there is just outrageous. Actually outrageous. I spent £7 on this, which, you know, for a bunch of flowers in Vietnam is as much as you will ever spend. Look, I mean, just look how beautiful this one. I mean, all of them, like, I had to pop a sunflower in there, obviously. But basically, I chose, you know, flowers that felt like they vibrated with the heart. And I did it right after my bodywork session that you'll see tomorrow where my heart was popped open without me even realizing it. I didn't realize it until I was walking down the street crying my eyes out. And is that not just the best bunch of flowers you've ever seen? I mean, okay, that's an exaggeration. You can make incredible bunches of flowers. But I mean, for me, that one in the middle is just, I just spend my time just staring at it, just with such gratitude and love. And they smell amazing. There's these as well. Look at that. Look at that glorious blood red. And then we've got the gay ones around it. Beautiful, man. Oh, that lost 7 people. 7 people got triggered by beautiful flowers. Can you imagine being such a cunt? He's not entertaining me. He's not saying something I can judge. Love you, Tom, but turn the camera a bit to the view outside like you just did. It's stunning. Ah, sorry, too late. Oh, yeah. You need to watch Peep Show, man. It's fucking awesome. Where do I watch it? YouTube. It's all on YouTube. It's fantastic. It's just the best. It's the only, like I say, it's the only thing that's ever been on TV that's worth watching. They tell you to brush your teeth 3 times a day. I thought it was twice a day with fluoride too. I mean, fluoride is just horrendous, isn't it? Fluoride is apparently what calcifies your pineal gland. I mean, it makes total sense because sorry, I'm getting distracted by comments. Because everyone I know that uses fluoride toothpaste or drinks tap water is an NPC. Lulu, of course, Lulu loves Peep Show because Lulu's one of the best people in the comments. Only Fools and Horses. Before my time, pretty sure that is it Trotter Del Boy? What's he called? David Jason. Oh man, I used to love him. Touch of Frost. I used to watch all of his shit. But I'm pretty sure he's a fallen angel, or at the very least, a puppet for them. I've seen something that confirms that. I can't remember what it is, and it was a long time ago. But yeah, again, he was just too big not to be. You know, Corrigan probably is as well. But there's no doubt that Only Fools and Horses was fantastic television at the time. It was before my time. It was beyond his time. I'm open to it being fantastic. I feel like if I was to watch it, it would be a bit too slapstick, a bit too like poo, and I know it's not that, but you know, that kind of humor a little bit. Like there's that famous one where he falls over. Like, yeah, it's funny, but it's, you know, it's low intellect, isn't it? Whereas Peep Show is high intellect. Have you heard of Shadow Hat Man, Tom? I know it sounds like BS, but my wife saw it in our kitchen in broad daylight, and no, she don't do substances except coffee and wine. No, no, I don't know what Shadow Hat Man is. Sounds like I don't really want to. Again, with anything like that, I just trust and just know nothing like that would ever come into my life. And if it did, it would be here to teach me. Because it's all just consciousness playing out. It's all oneness. But it sounds like a pretty scary teacher. Yeah, I think you're probably right here. And the reason I make that is because I really don't want to do it. So Conroy, who is a good one, carnivore diet for me was the best two. So he's talking purely from a weight loss perspective. I mean, that's fucking obviously going to happen because there's no fucking carbs. The question is like, is it the right diet? You know, and when I say diet, I'm not talking about weight loss. Like, that's prep stuff. I'm talking about, you know, what is the aligned way to live as a human being. And I wonder if it is carnivore diet. You know, I know Jordan Peterson is one of them and has really shown us that over the last year or two. But you know, even if you're one of them, to blow up, you still have to give 99% truth or at least 90% truth. And he's all about carnivore diet, isn't he? But then he's also one of them, so. Well, turn it around. Like, why are you sure God is Jesus Christ? It's because that's the indoctrination of society. That's the standard accepted in terms of religion. That's the accepted way of society. If you go back 100 years, everyone believed that because of indoctrination. So, you know, why are you so sure that the thing that they've told you it is, they, them, every time, the same people? Why are you so sure that that's the only possibility for God? Like, it's because you haven't experienced God. It's because you haven't surrendered. It's because you've, out of fear, just grabbed onto something externally because that's all that that's the only perspective you've ever been given. And you haven't surrendered, so therefore you have no wisdom, and you are, you know, just searching for something in the external. So of course you follow your culture, which is Jesus. But I would suggest that anything that is of the culture, of the mainstream, and I know, you know, atheism is now more the mainstream, but they're swinging it back to Christianity. You know, they're really they're really making it look like the powers that be are attacking Jesus. So then people go, oh right, well Jesus must be real. Because you know they just want you giving away your power. It doesn't matter where it is, whether it's Trump, whether it's Farage, whether it's Lowe, whether it's wanking, whether it's jib jabs, whether it's Jesus. As long as you're not going internal and not taking back your power, it doesn't matter. So this assumption, I mean, just the way you've worded it, who is God if not Jesus Christ? Like, it shows just how limited your perspective is. Because there's phenomenal amounts of possibilities. Like, even if you just go by scriptures, there's phenomenal amounts of possibilities. But then there's also your life experience if you were to surrender and actually experience something, i.e. feel something. Basically, you need to drink ayahuasca. But you never will, because you'll be like, oh, that's demonic. And hence you'll stay retarded and praying to a demon. Oh, this looks interesting. Oh, it's a good one as well. Michael Buck, the Spain man. The Spain Mountain Man. I like this guy. Since 2 heart attacks, I've gone meaty keto. So keto, my understanding of keto, it's basically it's all natural. And is it also like stuff from your heritage? Like you wouldn't eat a vegetable from Southeast Asia, for example? Is that right? I've gone meaty keto and still here 4 years later and very healthy. Dinner last night, large fatty, something chopped and homemade sauerkraut. I mean, that's just obviously I have issues. I have beliefs that eating pig isn't the best, but you know, fantastic. Sauerkraut, obviously amazing. I'm not going to claim to know what the best diet is, but if you're eating a meaty keto diet, then you're winning. I'm almost certain that is the best diet. And how we should be eating, if it is what I think it is. Considering finishing in 7 minutes, if you want to make sure I don't, then chuck some money in. I might go on, I'm not sure. Oh, someone's, oh, Debbie, you can't keep doing this, Debbie. You've got to let the plebs contribute too. But I do hugely appreciate it. You are amazing. So we just need another $5 to do 2 hours, guys. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you for being amazing. But don't take all the responsibility yourself just because you're an amazing person. We want to try and open the plebs up a bit as well. Like, oh, let me experience giving. Oh, let me feel all that restriction in my person. Oh! Oh, what have I done? Oh, I gave away a $5. Oh my God, am I going to survive? Oh, what's that? Oh, is that warmth? Oh, oh, is that a positive emotion? Does giving make me feel good? Let's see if one of them can experience that, maybe. Skybed, this guy's a fucking legend. This guy gave £5 to the horses. You know he's cool. Peep Show series, 9 DVDs is worth a lot of money. I bet it is, mate. I bet it is. You know, I had the 24-hour series on DVD. I imagine that's worth money as well, but obviously. Fucking moved continents since then, and everything I own is in a backpack, other than what's in here, which is worth more than any of that. Jesse P. Watson is such a good teacher in this. You know, like the pleb would call him a loser. He lives off £200 a month. He owns nothing, but he owns so much. He is the wealthiest man I've ever seen in terms of his internal, in terms of his existence. Like the guy is the richest man in the world. He lives off £200 a month. Just so inspirational. Jesse P. Watson. Yeah, I don't like him at all. I tried, and I was just like, ugh. I mean, it might. I think part of it is the way he looks, which is probably more about me than him. I find it hard to take someone seriously who's got no teeth, to be honest. Because if you've lived a life that has created you having no teeth, then you know maybe he woke up later on, but you know, like that's like such poor self-care. But honestly, he's so boring. I've tried watching. So basically, he started commenting in my comments. So first of all, there's the energy he comments with. So he comes in. It's like awake and brave energy, trim dandy energy. It's like I'm better than you. Let me prove I'm better than you. It's so off the ego. So opposite to Lee. So opposite to Jesse. Drew's kind of a mixture. He's kind of in between. You know, so there isn't the same desperation. Well, you can feel the desperation with Drew to be seen as a teacher, but there's also beauty and heart there. Whereas with like Jim and the asleep pussy, you know, you just can feel the desperation. And I felt the same from him in his comments. Like he was desperate to be seen by me as superior, which obviously is all from the ego. But I thought I'll give him a chance. And I tried watching 3 of his videos and he just said nothing. He said nothing. Maybe I chose 3 bad videos, but he offered nothing. He was like talking about Sally and Maureen, you know, like people he knows. And like, you know, just like what they did in the day. Like so boring, so just no information there, just no wisdom whatsoever. Like I saw nothing. So tell me, it sounds like you watch his content and it sounds like you do value his content. So have I just watched 3 really bad videos and I only watched the first 5 minutes of them? Like but you know, you just put him next to someone like Jesse and like within a second of watching, you know, I feel it. And then it's all just displayed. Lee, exactly the same. Like the minute I read Lee's comments, I was just like, who is this guy? And at first it was too much for me. My first interaction with Lee was saying, why do you watch my channel? What do you get out of it? So I recognized him as superior, more enlightened. But I didn't value it because it was just too fucking like I couldn't take it in. But I could, you know, it's so obvious. It's so obvious when an enlightened being comes into a chat. The toothless tooth teller is not. He just does not hold back vibration, and he doesn't. There's literally nothing about him, from his appearance to, which is the least of it, to his words, to his energy, to the way he comments. Like literally everything about him is low vibration, as far as I'm concerned. Very obviously so. Very obviously so. And I'm not looking to criticize. You know, I wish he was like Lee. I wish he was like Jesse. I wish it was another one that could teach me. Amazing. You can see how I talk about Lee and Jesse. You can see I'm not in competition. You can see that I just want more awake people around me, whether that's on YouTube or in my life. But I've just seen nothing in him. Absolutely nothing other than ego. So I'm really interested to hear, like, please do comment again. Really interested. Oh, I think someone's put some more money in. I think we're going to carry on. RSD? What's RSD? I hope you're not putting any brown money into the chat. I'm only joking. All money is spendable. Cantona! Hey, you woke piece of shit. Tell me how much 100 RSD is in sterling and try not to give me any woke fucking wank. Now, Steve Broughton, I recognize that name. Broughton is a good guy. Oh, it's a Serbian guy. It's a Serbian guy. It's not telling me, but I can remember that last time it was £1.86, and I think it was less than 100. Oh no, I think it was more than 100. How much is it in UK sterling, you woke cunt? £72. Come on, Steve, you're better than that. I mean, that's an insult, to be honest. So I'm not going to answer your question. And it's not going to take us 2.5 hours. I'm going to end the live. Bye. That's pissed me off. What do you think about the collapse in fertility? Oh, what does he wake and think? I mean, surely you can work that out yourself. And obviously, it's all by design. You know, many designs. These ones are a big part of it. Feminism is a big part of it. Abortion is a big part of it. You know, the statistics on abortion is just insane. Like, it's killed more white people than anything else by miles. I think it's something like 1 in 3 white people have died through abortion in the last, let's say, 20 years. So feminism, abortion, chemicals, jib jabs. I was watching a Wednesday podcast the other day, and you know, this pretty intelligent guy for a pleb, Matt, if anyone watches Wednesday, whatever it is. He said, and we're still in the cost of living crisis. Like, they believe that it's going to end. Like, they honestly still, they buy in. It's like 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Like, what do you mean a cost of living crisis that's temporary? Like, no, it's only going one way. They're just so stupid. It's unbelievable. And so yeah, so they've manufactured this. You know, feminism was where it really started when they convinced women that they would have more freedom if they became slaves, started working, and you know, neglect their children. So now we're at the point where people just can't even afford to have kids, and then they're looking at the future around them and thinking, well, I don't want to bring a child into this. So it's, you know, it's a whole multitude of factors. But of course, all those factors are by design because they want to genocide a certain type of people. All right, I'll do another 5 minutes and see if anyone chucks in. So we need £4 and maths, 28 pence. Oh, fuck me, as if you just put 72 pence in, man. That's a right. I mean, I like you, but it's fucking piss take, man. They create, oh, we fat shrugs in the house, we fat shrug, yep. They create division in ever-decreasing circles until no one trusts anything. It's the reason government, that's a good one, psyche units, oh my God, this is like reading one of these comments. So by ever-decreasing circles, I think he means, you know, at first it's left and right, then it's, you know, nationalists and ethno-nats. You know, like, you know, the term ethno-nat is like saying a nation nationalist. Ethno-nats are nationalists. They've just created this term to try and, like, you know, it's like far right or Nazi. But if you're saying I'm an ethno-nat, you're literally saying I'm a nation nationalist. It makes no sense. All nationalists are ethno-nats because, of course, nationalism is based on ethnicity. But they're trying to make out that there can be a type of nationalism, Tommy Robinson politics, basically, that isn't about ethnicity. So retarded. Yeah, I used to eat loads of tuna, but apparently it's full of mercury. I just don't trust it anymore, man. Like, with what the Indians are doing to their waterways, like, I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, look at India, look at Bangladesh, look at China. I mean, China's more like chemicals in it, I think, rather than trash. But, you know, the amount of trash for India and Bangladesh and Southeast Asia, but, you know, nothing compared to England and Bangladesh, just chuck into the waterways. I've just picked up a load of fucking demonic shit from the forest. Unbelievable. Like, it's in the next 4 videos. So I see these. Somebody asked about demons earlier. I see some demons in the forest, and I actually see that they are demons. I speak into all that. But, you know, I'm still cordial with them. And they're sat at 11 in the morning drinking beers. And the next day I go back and guess what? They've left every single beer can in the fucking forest. Just disgusting. But also perfectly synchronized because I went into the forest then to feel my anger. If you watched the last live, it was straight after the last live when I said I'm going to go into a forest and scream and shout. And guess what I encountered? A load of fucking demonic trash. Oh, it made me very screamy and shouty, it did. As if we have to live like this. Try to eat young fish before the toxins accumulate. I mean, it's all just fucking pointless, isn't it? It is and it isn't. Like, you know, I feel like I'm displaying that it isn't pointless actually, and you know, this shit does make a difference. Particularly the leaning in and shadow work more than external stuff like this, but it's all part of it. But at the same time, like, it's just fucked. Like, they've started jabbing all the cows anyway. They've started, you know, all the grass that the cows eat has been sprayed from the sky spraying. So, you know, it probably makes no difference what you eat. Fuck yeah, who's this fucking legend? Heart of Heart, I think you're new. Thank you so much, Heart of Heart. I don't recognize you. Are you new? Heart of Heart has chucked in 20 quid. That's amazing. That is amazing. Thank you so much. So that takes us to at least 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, depending on my energy levels and how much you guys entertain me and how retarded you are. The more retarded, the less chance of 2.5 hours. Actually, I'm just blocking now. I'm just blocking. There's no part of me that wants to hang on to. You know, there's always that when you still live in duality and you can sense this like trusting, beautiful, heart-based version of yourself, which is growing all the time. But then you still have ego. You know, these are the two parts. Lee did a great video. I think it's Lee's last video, unless he's released one today, where he talks about two becoming one. When two become one, I need some love like I've never needed love before. Wanna make love to you, baby. Lee, that video was fantastic. What we're talking about? Oh my god, why have I just frigged off my vagina to Heart of Hearts, who gave me 20 quid? I'm not sure where you got the vagina. Sorry about that. Am I replying to something else? What am I talking about? When two become one. Oh yeah, so I noticed these two parts of me still. Oh yeah, so I noticed the ego, but it's like, don't block people. They comment and they make the video more popular. And you want to be a popular YouTuber, you need 100,000 subs, and then you'll have some self-worth. Ooh, then you'll be something. Ooh, 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 ooh. Did I just do it again? I think I just did it again. Fuck me. Fucking satanic conditioning! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! There's no rats on the other side of the wall before you all kick off. Not you, Heart of Hearts. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Thanks to Heart of Hearts. Sardines are good. They don't have long lives. That makes sense. I like Irish Playboy. I feel like you're new as well. You're probably the demon. Who cares? Loads of solar. There's loads of new people. Am I just talking to a demon? Loads of microplastics in fish in general. Portugal has the highest intake. What do you mean by the highest intake? Beef is interesting. Notice the height of the population of Asia increases due to growth hormones. Don't quite understand that last bit. I don't think you've worded it very well. I think you're saying that. Are you saying since they've started eating beef, they've got bigger? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah. So to be clear, I can feel your intellect. I can feel your value. I'm not doing you down. You've just, you know, I retarding when I'm writing all the time, just misspits out. So loads of microplastics in fish. Yeah, we definitely. Not sure what you mean by Portugal has the highest intake. Are you saying they eat the most fish? I'd be amazed if they eat more fish from Vietnam, because, you know, they eat loads of fish here. And then, yeah, you need to break down the second bit a bit more. Yeah, probably. Beef equals buffalo a lot of the time in Southeast Asia. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Basically, the reason I value them higher is one, because the government tells you not to eat red meat, so obviously you need to eat red meat. Western governments I'm talking about here. It's the fact they eat grass. There's something about animals that only eat vegetation, which isn't popping into my head right now, but there's that's what the big difference is. Oh, you've had some, is that meant to say wild? Lightning in London yesterday? I fucking love lightning, man. It's one of the reasons I love living out here so much. There's a lot of lightning, particularly in Delat. Like Delat is very, very rainy. Like Delat is, honestly, Delat's unbelievable. It's fantastic. It's not like anywhere else in Vietnam. As my body worker says in not the next episode, not today's episode, but one after, all the conscious people in Vietnam are in Delat. And then you've got the weather. It's fantastic. And in today's English refugee video, I take you around some retard stuff like bars and things. It's even got like amazing. Like, obviously, I don't show you that. I don't even show you cafes anymore because I just can't stand being around people. But today I make a conscious effort to be like, okay, I'm not actually going to go in them and use them because retards. But here are the best cafes in Delat. Here's the best bar in Delat. If you are retarded, it's not just for Forest. You can come to that too, and there'll be something here for you. It's an amazing place, amazing place. But yeah, when I was in Central America and South America, like the lightning shows out there were just outrageous. When I was flying to Costa Rica from the plane, that was the most incredible lightning show I've ever seen in my life. But honestly, out here, it's like 4 times a week, possibly even every day. Just a case of whether you see it or not. It's fantastic. I mean, something you all know about this WeFat Show Lab is it's electric, like energy. I mean, it's got to be like it's the energy of the gods, right? It's the energy of consciousness. It's like a very high level of communication. That might not be quite the right word, but there's some, I don't know, but there's some, it's just spectacular. And I've always loved it. As a kid, I've always been like, wow. I've no doubt that the energy, like living in the energy of a storm, living in the energy of consistent lightning and storms is it's an interesting one because most people in these countries are NPCs. I mean, just like all countries, really. But I think it's more pronounced out here. I definitely think there's more NPCism out here. I could be wrong because it's so hard because the culture's so different. It is hard to know, and it's very easy to assume and project. But from what I see, I feel like there's more NPCism. But also, I hold this theory that if you're living around these energetic power events, like for me, they're so shifting, and of course, that could all be cope. It could all be like the universe is talking to me. Oh my god! But then when you see like my next 4 videos, like there's just no fucking doubt. Like the synchronicities in it are just insane. Like if you're willing to see them, of course. Most of you won't see them because you don't want to see them. But yeah, I just feel like it's amazing. I'm glad you're getting some of it in England because I don't think it happens much in England. Hence, narrow grey bandwidth of retardation. I don't understand again. Are you the person that wrote another comment which I don't understand? Tom, you could do with a fair bit of growth hormones anyway, so no harm in deliberately. All right, so I assume you're talking about eating like fish and shit. So why do I specifically need growth hormones? Is it because I can't grow a sideburn? Because you've noticed I can only grow this like gay fucking chin strap thing? Is it because my arms are skinny and tiny? Like, why do I particularly, in your opinion, need growth hormones? Or are you just talking about humanity in general? No, I'll never pretend anything. You know, if I'm happy, you'll see that I'm happy, and there's no pretense. What's the point in pretending? Like, I'm so done with that. Oh, is this talking about my profile picture? So yeah, there was definitely, when I left England, there wasn't full authenticity. And today I cracked through to a new level of authenticity where I started using language that I know is going to really trigger people, like teacher or way shower. But it's authentic to acknowledge what you are, and it's like self-love, and it's a new step into, you know, self-worth and self-recognition. So you could say, you know, that was a new level of authenticity. So yesterday I was still being inauthentic, and then if you're coming at it from that level of subtleties and perspective, then I'm still inauthentic now, because of course there's more growth. But you know, basically, what I can say is for at least 5 years now, but pretty much my whole life, to be honest, but like totally dedicated 5 years now, I am as authentic as I can be in that moment. As in, I will display all of my parts as much as I'm able to. Now, obviously, I'm still conditioned. I still have indoctrination. I still have repression. So there's parts of me that aren't expressed. So today, the Joker really came out. The Heyoka really came out today. And the teacher came out today. And, you know, it's time to acknowledge that, yeah, those parts exist. I'm definitely, you know, ask Debbie, am I a teacher? I'm definitely a fucking teacher. So, and thank you, Debbie. You've helped me realize that I'm a teacher through your leaning in to yourself, and my ability to guide that leaning in has absolutely confirmed that I'm a teacher. But using that word was really hard for me, because I know what it means, and I know how much people get triggered by it. And so therefore there's still a little part of me that lives in the minds of retards, that cares what retards thinks. So I just spot this. I just spot this. I just honor it. I just acknowledge it. I know it will. I know it's all transitioning. And then today I did a video about being a teacher. So that's the transition. I'm now willing to use that word and acknowledge what I am and what I've become, what I'm becoming, what I think I've become. For those that are willing to learn, for those that want to learn. Obviously, you know, if you don't want to learn, I'm not your teacher. Speaking of my most incredible pupil's an awful word. The most surrendered person that is currently walking with me, but everyone else that's walking with me is also very incredible and very surrendered. But you've just gone a bit further. I can't eat pork. Gives me heartburn, but don't mean I won't hang one over my door and keep one fed in my house when the end time comes and the evil come to get us. Woof, that's a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think basically what you're saying there is, if I'm starving, I'll eat anything, and I would agree. Funny that you mentioned Thomas Sheridan a couple of times. In 2000, I'm so interested in what you're going to say. I was at my all-time low, came across TC talking about psychopathy, and he nailed my ex, as I'd known her all his life. I thought you were going to go into my questions about TS, Thomas Sheridan, which I'd really like to hear your thoughts on. The guy's amazing. The guy makes me like really interested in paganism, and the guy's knowledge is fantastic, but he believes we're on a spinning ball. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? I've decided to ignore it and keep listening to him and not let it affect me, and, you know, accept that everyone has a blind spot, and that's his. There's also a couple of others though. What else is he? Spinning ball is definitely an issue. It might just be spinning. Oh, space. He believes like, I think he believes that we went to the moon. Yeah, he does. I'm pretty sure he believes we went. I mean, how can anyone watch that footage and not just burst out laughing? It's just, I just flabbergast me. So I can't help but lose a bit of respect for him. But then he knows loads of stuff that I don't know, and has a depth and wealth of knowledge in pagan culture and history, and particularly Irish history, and that just cannot be fucking ignored and cannot be dismissed. But then he thinks we're fucking whirling around and upside down, and that Neil Armstrong went to space and then came back and did an interview like this. Like, what the fuck? I just don't know what to do with that. But yeah, I have decided to ignore it and keep watching him, because I really value him. I emailed him a short message to thank him, and he was kind enough to reply that he was glad he could be of help. Very wise man. Yeah, I really like him, but what about the fact that that he thinks he's spinning around and upside down. Like, how can he be so disconnected from his senses and his intuition? I just don't understand. I don't understand how anyone can have that level of knowledge, surrender, flow. I mean, maybe he's not surrendered. Maybe it's all knowledge. I wonder if it's all just knowledge. Kind of like the asleep retard, the asleep pussy. Just totally knowledge based and no internal experience. I wonder. It's hard to believe, but if he believes he's upside down and spinning around, then it probably is just all knowledge and no embodiment, no surrender. The financial system is a busted flush now. They're attempting to transition it to complete serfdom or keep it. Yeah, so yesterday I started watching what happened with the Bolsheviks, how Mao did what he did, and like, yeah, you can totally see that, like with the calling people Nazis, with the eat the billionaires, with the hatred of billionaires, which obviously is understandable. Like they use the thing that it's easy to hate because, you know, essentially if you become a billionaire, like, one, respect and all that, but you know, essentially you are very selfish and parasitic in your mind. Because no one needs that amount of money. Like basically what's happened there is, you know, so I became a millionaire on paper and then realized it does nothing and started doing self-work, and I'm now what I am. Whereas if you just carry on after you're a millionaire to become a billionaire, then you don't, then you're still coping. You're still, money is your coping mechanism and you've just gone extreme in that. So it's you know, so they start it there because there is, you know, something to hate in that and respect at the same time, because everything's dualistic and everything's a paradox. But obviously these plebs are they are so of duality, they haven't even seen both sides of it yet. Like they're still in like this way is right and there's no other way. And then the next stage is, oh, there's two ways, left and right, but this one's right. And then there's where I'm at now, like, oh, there's two ways and there's a whole spectrum in between, and truth is fluid. And then I think after that is oneness. I hope. Where we at? Hour 51, no more money, but someone put in quite a bit of money, didn't it? Oh yes, oh yeah, we had this legend with 20 quid, so definitely happy to do another 20 minutes. Let me know if you want it to go longer by sending the coloured bits of paper in digital form. I love looking at footage from cars of people, so much more peaceful compared to now. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous, but also incredibly sad of how much we've fallen. Yeah, I feel like you need to reread your comments a bit. Conspiracy theorists, so you know, people who are open and not completely retarded, only go there. What's there? You know, this is the problem. Because as you typified, Tom, none of their friends or family will tolerate them anymore, talk to them. What a bunch of saddos. So I've no idea if this person's a hater or a lover at this point. I don't know if they call him the open-minded people that they, you know, use that term of indoctrination for as saddos, or if they're calling the family members saddos. It's very hard to decipher. But essentially what they're saying is true, that is a real blessing, but obviously blessings come in disguise. But basically you get disowned by all the plebs in your life, so you have to go on the journey, and then you wake up and become enlightened if you really lean in. So it's a real blessing. You know, compare this to my sister liking me, but I still have to fucking watch films and pretend that Labour, you know, good. No thanks. Tom has based his entire life on becoming Jerry. Oh, okay, so I think they're a hater. I mean, Jeremy's a retard. Like, that's the whole joke. He's I used to be a lot like Jeremy. So he's very carnal, very sexual, very external, very egoic. He's the old version of me. What were them big pink flowers? There was two in that. I don't know the names of any of them. I know some of them are roses, but I imagine you'll be able to name the roses of the sunflower. What is that big beautiful one called? I'll ask AI and let you know, Debbie. Yeah, of course I've seen The In-Betweeners. It was good. Yeah, The In-Betweeners was good. I couldn't watch it now, though. Peep Show's lasted the test of time. Peep Show's a whole other level of intellect to The In-Betweeners. The In-Betweeners was great at the time. I couldn't watch it now. It's just too cringe. I mean, I suppose you could say the same about Peep Show because they are absolute retards. As in, they're meant, you know, the characters are designed to be retards. Why do I feel so differently? I think it's a third person aspect. It's deeper psychologically. It makes you connect with self more. It makes you reflect on self more. Whereas In-Betweeners is just pure entertainment. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not really going to wake you up in any way. Oh, I'm sad to see that. Sheffield, get me out of here. I assume you're speaking from your perspective. Of course, you could be some retard thinking you're funny and, you know, saying something about me, but obviously you're not. You're just a retard if that's the case. So I'll read it as if you're genuine. Sheffield, get me out of here. So I'm taking that as this person lives in Sheffield, which is my hometown, and is seeing the city of sanctuary as Sheffield is, which of course means invasion and lots of crime. So yeah, I mean, I left. It's an amazing city. As cities in the UK go, it really is fantastic. Now, Jesse P. Watson, the legend that is, so he's Welsh, I think. I'm pretty sure he's Welsh, and he definitely lives in Wales. He's doing this video about his past, this 2-hour-long video, phenomenal. And he was like, "Oh yeah, and I met this person in Sheffield." That's happened to me twice now, three or four times. Like there's Daniel. I know these aren't enlightened people, but Daniel Boland and Joseph Paul Watson, is it? Both have links to Sheffield. I mean, I think Joseph is fully from Sheffield, and Daniel Boland lived in Sheffield for a number of years. This always seems to happen to me with YouTubers I like. They always seem to have some sort of Sheffield connection, and always is way too strong. I think it's just these three actually, and then Jesse just fucking. There are more. It's definitely come up more. Jesse just blurts out Sheffield the other day, but didn't fully explain. He didn't go into it. He didn't say how long he was there. If he was just passing through, but it sounded like he spent some time in Sheffield. Sheffield's great if you're on the right half of it. If you've got no money, then Sheffield's shit. But if you're on the, I don't know whether it's east, south, west, or, but you know, basically the half that backs onto the Peak District, just wonderful, wonderful place. And you don't see many ooga boogas around on that half, but it's changing. It's changing. I mean, every city's fucked, isn't it? Every city's fucked, and soon the whole country will be. Oh, okay. Oh God, I said I'd do another half hour, didn't I? Very true, Stephen. Thank you for your generosity. You know what? Honestly, you're dead right. You are dead right, mate. Not that it's. Oh no, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, you're dead right. At the end of the day, if you want your comment read out, then a super chat is a way of guaranteeing that. And if you're basically just doing it for that reason rather than giving, then great. You know, do it. You know, chuck a quid in or 72 pence in your case, and get your question read out, and that will happen. And as you say, it's better than nothing. So yeah, no, it's appreciated, mate. Just your interaction is appreciated, and the fact that you're using the super chat to interact and make sure you're interacted with, fully respect that. So yeah, I take back what I said, man. Thank you for the 72 pence. No, have you ever done a News World? No, I think Jumanji finished that off for me. I watched Jumanji when I was 6 or 7, and yeah, I'm never going to do that. Never going to do that. I did speak in the last live, I think it was, or maybe 2 ago. I'm pretty sure the last one, about my dabblings with the Satanic Bible, Baal, Aleister Crowley, all that. So it's not like I've never opened myself up to a full spectrum or been interested in darkness. And that's not necessarily saying darkness is bad. I mean, I feel like it probably isn't the best way to go, and I'm much more. I feel I'm of the light, but also I recognize that that's a dualistic perspective, and it's all one really. So, and also, you know, if we are to say that dark things are dark, as in negative, so immigrants, politicians. Well, actually, they're working of the dark for the service of the one, i.e., they are needed to wake you up. Otherwise, you won't do the work. The only reason anyone's in this feed now is because the external is getting so bad that they're starting to watch content like this because they're searching for an escape. And the only way out is in doing the work. So all these darkness, all these demons, all these politicians are actually all of the light as well, because they're playing an incredibly important role, because if it wasn't for them, you'd all stay retarded, just like I would have done. So we finally got up to Heart of Hearts being a superstar. Oh, Debbie. Debbie is such a loving love. Oh, e-beggar. Is that worse than being an office cunt? I mean, think about it. Just think about it. So what you're doing is you're literally selling your soul. You're sacrificing your whole life. You're sacrificing time and space, which leads to enlightenment. Is the only way, if you want to become wise, you have to become self-employed and create time and space. So what you've done is literally sell your soul. You've fully sold out. You've fully given up on life. You've gone, please, boss, let me trade my time for some pennies. And then you judge a person that's creating and changing lives. Funny how that works. Heart of Hearts is not new, just an observer mostly. You're very welcome, Tom. I appreciate you. Gumman, I appreciate you too. You know, as much as I need people to get involved in the comments to make these lives happen, I actually probably respect you more, if I'm honest, because I don't get involved in comment sections. It's of the external. Please don't stop commenting, everyone, but I just have to be honest, you know. Don't get triggered by it. You're all on the journey, you know. Soon you'll get to a place where you don't get involved in comment sections. I mean, I've never read comment sections. I really shouldn't say this as a YouTuber. It's going to be very bad for my channel. But it's the truth. So to me, it's so like bizarre to get involved in comment sections. Like, why would you care what people think? Like, why would you not just listen to a YouTuber and come to your own conclusions? It's like it's of the oh, this microphone is definitely not working. It's of the need to find answers. It's like when you don't trust yourself, you need to read other people's comments to find out what they think. Ooh, what should I think about this based on what other people think? You know, it's still from that. It's still from teacher pupil, what we're indoctrinated into school, government authority. You know, so it's still from that paradigm. So I never, when I watch live, I never, ever read the comments. When I watch a YouTube video, I didn't even know the comment section existed until I became a YouTuber. And now I only interact with it because I'm a YouTuber. Like, I'm just like, why do people do this? But please keep being retarded and please keep commenting on my videos. And please appreciate how honest I am. Don't get triggered. Be like, wow, this guy's fucking honest, man. That's, you know, I don't really like what he just said. And I'm going to project onto it because I don't want to believe it's true, because I don't want to accept I'm a bit retarded. But wow, I really appreciate that. You know, he's willing to damage his own channel to speak the truth. That's quite unusual. Send me some money for being honest. I'm not blocking anyone. I mean, I blocked 2 retards right at the start, maybe 3. Yeah, man, this one gets it. Oh my God, it's awful, isn't it? But if everyone travels down the path of enlightenment, the deeper one realizes that it's not. Yeah, so it's like you start off on this love and light journey of the ego, you know, like enlightenment. And this is why the plebs in the comments were like, I thought, like when I book a hotel, it turns out to be shit or something. I thought you were enlightened. Like they see it as perfection. You know, they think it's perfection, and it's actually the opposite. It's letting go of all the it's just letting go of all of it. And I think that letting go is fucking messy, you know, because what you're essentially doing is accepting that everything you know is a lie and letting go of it all, and all the coping mechanisms around that, and seeing the repression that's created from it, and all your retarded ways that have been created from it. And it's fucking messy, man. It's messy. But obviously the plebs don't get that. But you fully do, man. Great to have you here. Yeah, I let them, they bother me less and less. Yeah, I really speak into this actually in my next 4 videos. In one of the next 4 videos. They've all merged into one for me. I love rain, but downpour. You was in the other day. The sound was amazing. I was jealous. Oh yeah, so I was sending Debbie voice notes. In the biggest storm ever. I didn't realize how big it was. When I got home, I knew it was fucking big. But when I got home, I looked on Facebook because I want to move out of here. And oh my God, the whole of Vietnam was sharing videos from Dalat. You know, it had gone viral in Vietnam, the storm in Dalat. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, roads had turned to rivers and all sorts. I didn't realize because I was in a cafe. The only cafe that I will go in. And it does have retards in it, but it has a big garden, so I can, you know, get away from them. And it's £2 for steak and chips, man. Fucking hell. Living the dream. Oh God, yeah, we'll get rid of him. I just saw this, so obviously I knew there was a retard in the comments. And then look at this, you're only bigging up Vietnam because you got deported from Thailand. Like, the level of just stories that these people make up. Like, I mean, he obviously doesn't even watch my content. Because I don't think I am, you know, I mean, I speak into the whole spectrum. So I speak into the wonder of Vietnam, and I also speak into the absolute horror of it, the absolute chaos. Way noisier than Thailand, like makes me like, so, and it's just not, it's not even like, obviously what he's saying is not true. Like, I would never, like, why would I, oh my God, it's so retarded. Like, why would I care? You know, this is how, I remember when my mum got deeply offended. She was wearing, this is like a year ago. She's 60. She was wearing flares. They were the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen on a 6-year-old woman. Now, obviously, I don't do, you know, I mean, obviously, fashion is just fucking retard programming. So I'm just shocked when I see her in them, and I just have a genuine reaction. I'm just like, what the fuck are you wearing? Oh, she was mortified. Mortified. So offended. And her response, she thought she could upset me by going, because obviously retards only know, like, when they're upset, they just want to upset. So she thought this would upset me. She goes, you obviously don't understand fashion. And I went, too fucking right, I don't. It's fucking retard programming. Of course I don't. Now, why the fuck are you wearing those stupid trousers? She got so angry. I think she got physical. Yeah, she got physical over this. This was unbelievable. It was. I think it was my mum's worst ever moment that I've witnessed. And I realized afterwards, like, wow, retards get so attached to external things that they will be offended based on those. You know, if somebody said, oh, your top's gay, or your top's shit, or your top doesn't fit, or whatever, but, oh, yeah, okay, nice. I mean, obviously I'm enlightened, so they could say something actually about me in my face and it wouldn't bother me. But, you know, you realize that these retards are so attached to the external that they get offended based on the external. So that's where this comes at. And he thinks that I am so egoic that I am going to place my own importance and my self-worth based on what I say about the country that I'm in. The country that I'm going to leave in a matter of days. Like, these people, man. Let's get rid of him. I've just put this comment up so I can get rid of his retweet. But we'll read it, seeing as it's here. Do you think Tent Man is telling the truth? He has an apartment but sleeps in a tent to get away from the construction and door slamming. Yeah, I think he's absolutely telling the truth. I did see him. I think I've rectified this in a video, but if I haven't, I said in a video, like, I don't think he leaves the forest. I think he's lying to me. But that's not true. I saw him leaving. I saw him coming back a couple of days after that. So he definitely does. He's gone now, by the way. He's just disappeared 2 days ago. I absolutely believe him, and I think it is what you say. I think he probably doesn't have much money, so he lives in shit accommodation, and he spends all day in the forest rather than being in that accommodation. I think that is exactly what's going on. Yeah, I mean, the middle classes are the worst in every country. They're the most indoctrinated. They're the ones that have been to university, and university is where the intense indoctrination happens, and the intense building up of ego based on that indoctrination. You know, like when you go to university in England, and presumably here as well, you get told that you're better than, and you also get indoctrinated into liberalism, and that's what makes you better. You know, so therefore it's very hard to let go of, because it makes you better. So yeah, middle class people are the worst. They're the absolute worst. Like my parents are a great example of just absolute middle class dunderheads. Like, you know, the problem is everyone's a fucking retard, right? But if you actually have to survive, so the working class, you have to graft to survive, and there's still reality there. Plus, you haven't been to university, so you haven't been completely, massively indoctrinated, including that ego, not transition, what's the word? Putting it together. It begins with T. I'm sure there's a word beginning with T. No, not transition. So yeah, middle classes are always the most NPC, I think, in every single country. Yeah, definitely only doing another 20 minutes unless someone puts some more money in. I wonder if sleeping was programmed to make us think being awake equals being conscious. I'm leaning towards something we can't understand, but some type of simulation experience. I mean, it's too much for a two-sentence comment. But I, you know, I like where you're going, and I can see, you know, your depth, and it's brilliant. I wonder if sleeping was programmed to make us think being awake equals being conscious. So I think you're saying, I wonder if sleeping was programmed. So maybe I think you're saying, I don't think we really need sleep, but it's conditioning, or you might even be saying like programmed, like MK Ultra, to make us think being awake, as in not asleep physically. Oh, it's complicated, isn't it? Is being conscious. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Great answer. Fucking love this guy. Try not sleeping and see where you end up. That's fucking great. I mean, yeah. I mean, but it could be MK Ultra. It could be not real, but it does seem that our bodies absolutely physically need to rest and therefore sleep. Fucking love you, Leroy. Oh god, I bet he's a fucking demon. Now, who cares? I don't really think you are, Leroy. It's just because I said that, and I'm thinking like the demon will be like, oh, he loves me. Oh, all my Christmases have come at once because all my self-worth comes through Thomas. Can you imagine dedicating your life to someone else? Not sure what you're referring to. I wonder if you're referring to Thomas Sheridan. Oh, maybe me. He's great, but holds a lot of shame for where he actually grew up. I feel that from him too. It so doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. You ever talking about me or Thomas Sheridan? I don't think I have any shame for where I grew up. So I think we've got a spaz in the chat because they're criticizing Leroy and anyone who criticizes this guy. And it sounds like this spaz is a Glober. So, yeah, I think we'll get rid of this spaz very soon. That doesn't surprise me at all, man. It's just one big fucking club. And it has been for centuries. So this person reckons Mao went to Harvard. You're disagreeing with literal facts. What the fuck? Please explain how down isn't towards the center of the earth. Have sent. Yeah, I mean, they're just painful, aren't they? They're just fucking painful. Let's get rid of this cunt. You're talking about Sam, right? I'll just make sure. I'll just read one more comment first, but I'm almost certain that they're a cunt. But then they've also put this: believes who went to the moon, lol. So I'm a little bit. I don't want to just block just in case they're not retarded, but I assume just Leroy. I trust your opinion. In fact, Leroy, do you want to be a moderator with Lee? That would be awesome. Still gay? Depends. Like, do you need to be participating in gay sex to be gay, or do you just need to acknowledge that from your perspective, males are far more attractive than females? So is it the desire that makes one gay, although the desire isn't even there? Is it the, what's the right word? Is it the attraction's even not really the right word anymore? Is it the is it thinking men are better looking than women that makes one gay, or is it sticking your cock in one's bumhole that makes one gay? Depending on your perspective on that, would depend on whether I'm still of the gay. Oh, we've got a reference from Debbie. Yes, Tom is helping me in a lot of ways to see where I'm heading and where I am at, also to recognize where I'm blocking myself. Way shower, future way shower, current way shower, future big way shower. Peep shows, levels above, yeah, levels above in betweeners. It really is, man. It really is. Created by clever normies, but it does comment on plebs. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Peep show is a whole another level to in betweeners. Oh man, I'm pretty sure this is the demon. So hard. That's great, Debbie. I've been thinking about contacting Tom myself. So this is a person that I just almost blocked who may become a client, but I'm pretty sure they're just the demon. The demon has given me £50 per session. It's so funny. He thinks I don't know, but he is. Oh, what's the person called? There's someone emailing me that's so clearly him. They've stopped now because I've. So they were emailing me all this fucking bullshit, and I was just like, oh, that's the demon, spam. And then, oh, maybe I didn't spam. I'm sure I spammed. But then I saw another email, so maybe I didn't. And then it begins with M, his name. And then there was an email from this, I'm just going to say Martin, but I don't think it is Martin. Making all these demands, which is clearly the demon. Saying, you know, I want a session with you, but here's all my demands, basically. So, I mean, I knew who it was straight away. So I was just like, yeah, sure, mate, send me money. So he sent me 50 quid. And then he keeps making these demands, thinking, you know, because obviously the demon is desperate to control me. He thinks like, you know, he's now being reduced to the point of pretending to be a pleb just to get my attention. Like that's where we're at now. But at one point he was controlling me, you know, he had me in this psyop. And so he's still trying to always recreate that because that was the best thing that ever happened in his life. So this Martin character starts making demands around the time that we do it, and I'm like, well, these are my times. You know, there's a 6-hour difference, so these are my times. So then he's like, no, you can turn up stoned, it's fine. I want this time. So obviously I know who it is. I know what game he's playing. So I'm just like, yeah, okay. Knowing that he's never going to turn up on a call with me, knowing that it's all fucking irrelevant. And knowing that what he's trying to do is get me to react. So he wants me to come back and argue with him and be like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. These are my bad demonic, low fucking vibrational bullshit. So I'm just like, obviously do the opposite of that. I was like, yeah, whatever. So the last communication was, yeah, so he's really all about meeting me as an equal. He's like, you're not my teacher. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. If you've done the work and you want to meet me as an equal, then I'll meet you as an equal. You know, it's, I don't go into it. I just put, yeah, that's fine. Let's meet as equals. But my thinking is, of course, if someone is my equal, I'll meet them as an equal like that. It's just the way it is. But this person clearly, I mean, he's a demon, but like, let's just pretend he's not. Like, he's definitely not my equal. But you know, I can satisfy his ego, and so let's say this person was real, which is not. You know, I'd happily let him think we're meeting as equals. And you know, then it would become very apparent on the call that we're not equals, and he would either get triggered by that and never come back, or he'd crack and surrender, and then we could really do the work together. You know, that's just fine. That's absolutely fine. But I know exactly who it is. So what I started doing was, so what I did the whole way through was just respond, like say yes to him. So basically, he had nowhere to go. So the last email was, I will meet you as an equal at 8 p.m. You know, like really demonic, horrible. I thought, okay, what day would you like? No response. Because obviously you can't actually come onto a call. So he's just giving me 50 quid for nothing. Do you mean not getting out of the UK before 2017? Oh, over to the UK before right, so you're not English and you regret not seeing it before 2017. Yeah, damn right, man. It was an amazing country. I mean, 2017 was probably too late. But you know, it was still okay. But really, it's before 1997. Ah, now it's 2017, the Bobbis wave. So yeah, that was massive. So yeah, it started with Windrush, didn't it? But it's really started in 1997. But you know, it wasn't. You could still, you know, it was still not so invasive that you could be retarded enough to not see what was really going on. And I was in that category in 1997, although I was 11 years old. But now you have to like literally be walking around like this and be holding on to a desperate ideology to not see the problem, which I think is 2000. Yeah, that's a Boris wave, isn't it? Because Boris was. Well, I don't know, man, because Boris was in charge in 2020. I don't feel like he was in charge. He was the clown puppet in 2020. So I don't feel like he was the clown puppet for more than 2 years. But I could be wrong. I don't really pay attention to these puppets. They bore the fucking hell out of me. He lived in Chapeltown. Wow, rough lad. Chapeltown's a shithole. Daniel Borland is Boland. I'm pretty sure. I'm certain it's Boland. Lived in Chapeltown. It's in Chapeltown, I think. I think the working class think Chapeltown's quite nice. But obviously the middle class think it's a shithole. I think Chapeltown is where like real working class people aspire to live. It's like a new build estate. So we had some. So my family are incredibly middle class, but there is one, maybe two families that they're friends with. Okay, so growing up, we were really good friends with two families. Amazing people, the Johnsons and the Hursts. And we'd meet up every Friday night, and they all had kids the same age. So the Johnsons had a son my age. We were really good friends. Chris, God bless his soul, has died now, cancer, horrendous. And then the others had kids the same age. And why am I talking about this? Right, yeah. So the Johnsons were proudly working class. And they were great people. Of the three families, they were probably the best. And then the Hursts were upwardly mobile. So they started off on the shit side of the city. And then they ended up living on Broom Hill Road or Broom Grove Road. They became upwardly mobile. And it's quite sad, really. Like, so Chris, the lad who was my age, died when he was in his 20s. He got cancer in his knee and died. What the fuck? And he was a really good lad. And then, so that was the Johnsons. They had a huge trauma. And then the Hursts. So we met every Friday and we spent every Christmas Eve together and every New Year's Eve together for 20 years, 15 years, definitely. For Millennium, for 2000, we all went on holiday together. Chris was still alive then. One of the best holidays of my life. So these people are a big part of my life. They're a big part of my Christmas. My whole Christmas is around these people. My whole New Year is around these people. Oh, was Chris still alive when this happened? I think, yeah, Chris was still alive when this happened. So one Christmas Eve. So and we always went to the same place, Hallamshire Tennis and Squash Club at Hunters Bar Roundabout. And this was before it became, antisocial and before the Great Division, before people stopped socializing. Like this is when people still went to bars and socialized, and Hampshire had this bar, and the same people would go all the time, and it was great for 20 years. It's shit now in terms of the socialization. The squash and tennis is probably still good, but so I'm going down there on Christmas Eve. So bear in mind the Hurst, the Johnsons, and the Greatorexes are big players at Hallamshire Tennis and Squash Club, particularly the Greatorexes. My dad was chairman at one point. You know, these three families are very, very well known. Roger Hurst was on the board, I think, at the point of this story I'm about to tell you. He goes to the sauna every fucking day. He's shagging Julie Kalowski, having an affair behind his wife's back, which everyone fucking knows about. You know, he's a big character at Hallamshire Tennis and Squash Club. So everyone goes to Hampshire Tennis and Squash Club on Christmas Eve, the same people every year for fucking years. So they're all expecting to see Roger Hurst, and he's a big part of it. And on the way down, we find out that Roger Hurst has died in his bed on Christmas Eve fucking morning. So this big Christmas Eve party that we have every year becomes this fucking somber wake. It was mental. And of course, this is my parents' best friend. So my parents are fucking devastated. I'm a bit too young to really give a fuck. And also, I'm, you know, of a different spirit where I don't really get involved in this sort of shit. But, you know, it hit me. I was like, oh shit, you know, that's sad. As much as I can, you know, be sad about someone dying because I don't really believe in death, even then, without having that framing. And then 2 years later, Chris fucking died. And that was really sad. And that's the end of the stories I have about the Hurst and the Johnsons. Yeah, you know. Why have you got a Negro as your profile picture? Why are you making us all want to gip into our mouths? What are you doing? Oh, there is lots of people I see on here that comment, and it helps me click on lots of levels. That's why I appreciate these lives. Brilliant. Lots of wise people in the chat. Lots of wise people in the chat. Not sure about you, man. Like, so you were the guy I was referring. I mean, your name is disgusting. I read that as Soul Cutter, so I read that as I'm a demon. I referred to you in the last live as a demon. But then on the last video, you wrote a comment that I was like, oh, maybe he's not a demon. Yeah, I really agree with this. Whilst I believe in oneness, and you know, but you know, certainly on a you know, because once you become oneness, you'd never mess around with any of this fucking external shit anyway. Yeah, there's just no reason to other than disempowerment and desperation. Like, why would you even play with that shit? So that was in reference to Ouija boards. I thought they were called Ouija boards. No, because they're all part of the same club. You know, this is how they get you. You know, this is why Sweden didn't follow the lockdowns and Florida didn't follow the lockdowns, so that the retards could say, "Oh, it's not all one big club." Like when well, obviously they won't use that terminology, but when we say this is all planned, they go, well, "What about Sweden?" So they make it look like there's these different countries that aren't aligned, but they're all controlled by the same people. Like Russia was taken over during the Bolshevik Revolution by the same club every time people. Right, let's try and work out if Sam is a retarded hater or my next client. That's so strange, Finn. So she's talking to the face. I was literally looking just yesterday if he was from Sheffield and couldn't find anything. So I think we're talking about Daniel Boland here. He's not from Sheffield. I'm pretty sure he's Irish, but he's definitely lived in Sheffield. And according to face, he lived in Chapeltown for 5 years. So that's the rough half of Sheffield, but the nicer part of the rough half of Sheffield. Common Sheffield people, can you let me know, am I right about Chapeltown? Is it somewhere you aspire to be to and think is nice, but it's not? Except you think it's nice because it's a new build. It's like Starnies, isn't it? Like, have you seen what Starnies do to houses whenever they get them, man? They pebbled ashram, not pebbled ashram, but you know, that same sort of effect. Stucco, is it? White or yellow, and then they kill all the trees, kill all the grass, and pave it. Ugh, disgusting. And yeah, I kind of feel like that's why working class people are drawn to Chapeltown, because I mean, I'm talking 20 years ago when the Johnsons moved in, it was a new build. It's obviously not new anymore, but I think it's seen as quite a prestigious part of Sheffield for common people. All right, let's try and work out if this one's a demon. I have a 1972 original Sorcerer's Apprentice Ouija in dining room. So I don't know what a Ouija is. It's called a Ouija board. Okay, yeah, so this person is demonic. Why have they called it that it's a strange choice, but think that was for copyright? Yeah, I thought you were possessed. Oh, we've got a dingle. Face lives in Barnsley. Can you explain why you have a face as your profile picture? This looks interesting potentially. Baby cannot be thrown out with a bathwater. Proudly gave Thelma both dark and light, wrongly quoted by the masses. Do as thou well shall whole law is not correct. So I don't understand what you're saying, but I know you're saying something along the lines of don't just judge what we're told is dark, so Satanism as bad, which I totally agree with. And that's not me encouraging people to go down that path. That's not me saying anything's better or worse. But I looked at it. I think it's essential to look at everything. Like, I think if you're just like, oh, that's dark, that's evil, Christian, like, then you're just a fucking retard that's desperate and following the fucking sheep. I think you've got to look at it all. So I really agree with what you're saying without really understanding it. I don't know who Thelma is. And I must admit, the Satanic Bible is the most logical book I've ever read in the world. Like, it is so logical. You know, you can't really argue with any of it. It's brutal. I mean, the bit I remember was talking about if a dog's barking outside, go and kill it, basically. And whilst I would never do that, and you know, I think when you balance everything up, I think the dog's rights and the beauty of dogs are outweigh more your annoyance and therefore your desire to kill it. But I must admit that you know, there's been times where I've been sat listening to dogs bark, thinking, if I could just shoot them all now without any, and this is somebody who adores dogs, but I also hate noise. So, you know, if there were no ramifications and I had a gun right now, I would be quite, you know, so that video, it's not come out on English Refugee yet, but I have spoken about it on this channel where I'm in that house. Did I show you? No, I don't show you the dogs on this channel, but you will see them on English Refugee. Honestly, that dog that was next door, I would have happily killed it. Because it offered nothing good to the world. You know, it was such a spaz demon dog. Like, it had demonic eyes. It was totally retarded. It was so external. It was such a demon dog. I would have happily killed that dog. So, so the Satanic Bible encourages that. It basically encourages, like, I can't speak into it because it's so long since I read it. But I just remember thinking, wow, it's so logical. And yeah, it's really interesting, and it was interesting enough for me to then get a Baal statue and start reading the Gumuruk or whatever it's called. But that was way too much for me. Yeah, it made a lot of sense, man. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go and dedicate myself to being a Satanist. Like, I'm just going to hold it all lightly and you know, be like, oh, that's an interesting perspective. Oh, there's some stuff in the Bible that's quite interesting. There's also the fact that in the Old Testament, God was a demon, but everyone seems to ignore that. Yeah, I just hold it all lightly. It's all of interest. But, you know, I'm not going to dedicate myself to any of it. All I'm going to do is surrender, because that's what's worked. Oh, that's interesting. So according to so do the Russians live with the concept? Do they not lie to their people about being on a spinning ball? Is that what you're saying? Right. So I think this is one that, you know, I'm open as well. So when I first thought this person was demonic, I was like, oh, like they are fully possessed and they're full of hatred. Now I'm like, okay, they use Ouija boards, so that shows, you know, that they're gonna be working with certain entities that people would class as demonic. But I'm not totally writing you off. Like, you're certainly interesting. Tom, I see you have it open behind you. Over there, you could have any nasty insects, anakites, or animals to worry about. I see you have it open behind you. This is not open. That's clear. I don't know what you mean. So I after dark. So I love natural light. I love fresh air. So my windows and doors are open all the time if there's no noise. But the minute dusk hits and I have to switch a lamp on, everything's closed, because otherwise there's going to be mosquitoes everywhere. I really dislike mosquitoes. I've got much better with them. I'm much more surrendered around them. They don't even bite me anymore since I've stopped obsessing with them. But it's bad noise. I just can't stand it. And they're my teachers. They're definitely my teachers, because I lie in bed at night and I start hearing it. And obviously before there was no space between emotion and reaction. So before I would hear it and just, gotta kill the bastard. And then obviously get out of my Carcadian rhythm and have to switch the lights on, and you know, just self-detriment really. Is a, you know, actually much worse than the. But that's how I have to react. And now I'm really starting to notice there's this question in me on like, do I need to act? Am I going to act? Am I just going to surrender and accept? And worst case scenario, I get a bite. Because really, that's why the noise is so annoying, because I still have this like, oh, I can't get bitten. Even though I very rarely do. And when I do, it's I've realized that if you don't react to it, it's only 5 minutes before it's gone anyway. And it, you know, it's basically just a complete non-event. But usually I still fucking lose. I still the ego still wins, and we control. So we switch the lights on and we run around the room with this until we fucking killed it. And then it's like, now I can relax. And then guess what happens? The universe sends another lesson because I didn't surrender to the first one. All right, I think we're finishing, guys. Oh yeah, we've done the 2.5. No one's put any more money in. I'll just go to the bottom of the comments if someone wants to chuck another. Quite enjoying it, so it could just be a 5, I think. Yeah, I haven't really got anything to do. Oh, I haven't even collected any wood. So yeah, there's no reason. Yeah, so a 5 for another half hour, and that's from now. So it would go on to 3 hours and 5 minutes. But if no one puts in a 5 in the next probably 5 minutes by the time I get to the bottom of the comments, because I'm going to do it fast. Maybe even 2 minutes. So get your money in now so I don't miss it like I did. Oh, everyone, it was Debbie who put the tenner in. Soul Cutter is the one that pointed it out. But as I was counting down, somebody threw in a tenner. And of course, Soul Cutter twisted it to make it disgusting, as if I'd done something wrong and tried to shame me because he's a shameful pleb. Potentially, I think, but we're still working it out. And then Debbie messaged me saying, "Oh, it was me. You don't need to worry." Beautiful, beautiful Debbie. Right, what is Demon Pleb potentially interesting person saying? Sleeping came about because otherwise, if you just snapped off each night, it would soon become a confused existence. And yeah, this guy's definitely interesting. He might be possessed, but he's definitely interesting. It's easier to keep a grasp on reality without the constant disconnects, though some people don't remember their dreams, so you'd think it's the same. But they're still happening to break the transition up. It's easier to keep a grasp on reality without constant disconnects. So I think he's basically saying sleep came about because otherwise, if you snapped off each night. Very interesting, man. Very interesting. So I think he's saying sleep is some sort of programming and conditioning, and that it's basically been used to break up our reality, so we have absolutely no idea what's going on. Interesting theory. I'd like to hear more. Oh shit, we're gonna continue. Right, I think I might have a smoke. Oh, getting stickies with us. Getting sticky has put in a 5, which takes us to right. So I'm gonna go for a smoke. So we're gonna do half an hour from 2 minutes 40. So getting sticky with it has is going to take us to 3 hours 10 minutes. I will see you very soon. We'll do 3 hours 15 actually, because this smoke's going to take 5 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna do till 3 hours and 15. If in that time between you all another £10 comes in, then we'll do the big 4-0. Big thanks from everybody who's enjoying this live to Getting Sticky. Wow, this guy is really interesting. Oh, it's probably a fucking demon. Okay, have we got a clever or wise one? It starts with flat earthers. I feel like it's going to be a projection. Flat earthers, of which I am one. Oh no, we've got a wise one. Do not say the moon isn't a sphere. Both the sun and the moon are spheres, but you know, there's many different theories, and it's. I don't want to say it's all guesswork because there are people who've really dived into it, but my understanding and the most convincing I've seen is from Fittest Flat Earther. And I'm pretty sure he shows them all as, I don't know what he says they are, but they're basically like balls of energy. They're all moving. They're all in water above the firmament. That's my understanding, but I don't hold it with any degree of certainty or care. But to be like, this is what it is, you know, it's coming from ego. It's, you know, I think all we can say 100% is we're not on a spinning ball, but what we are on is, you know, who knows, man. I mean, I've seen all the thyroidal theories and all sorts. I don't think you'll ever know. It's interesting. Has anyone noticed they don't get deja vu anymore? Yeah, I can't say I've experienced deja vu for a long time. Oh, no, we know Albus. I think Albus Adventures I just brought up last saying, is this a retard or not? But actually, I recognize the name. Albus Adventures has donated before. Albus Adventures definitely is not, but is in my opinion not holding things quite lightly enough for their own benefit. Do you ever have a smartphone in dreams? Oh, this is interesting, but the screen never works. So I just thought the first bit was interesting because I don't think I've ever had a smartphone in dreams. That is an occurring thing in my dream, and also being chased with carbon. I'm not. I find dreams. So I used to, when I was unconscious, I used to hate talking about dreams because I was just like, it's not real. Why are we talking about dreams? Obviously now I'm like, oh, well, maybe that's reality, and I realize that dreams, you know, deciphered can actually be very interesting. But also, I still have this resistance to talking about dreams. Oh, look at this person. Oh, you think I'm hateful. That's amazing. I can understand why you project that, and I give you every opportunity to project that because, you know, I'm very honest and I hold the mirror up to retards. But this is your projection to stop you from doing the work, you know? If I'm depressed and hateful, you don't have to take anything I say seriously, and what I say would change your life if you took it seriously. But you don't want your life changing because it's scary as fuck, understandably. Soul Cutter is a character from a game called Burn Cycle on CDI. He is a guy that is always jacked in to the net like Matrix. Matrix was influenced by this long before. You're very interesting, mate. I'll give you that. You're very interesting. It's basically Johnny Mnemonic. Don't know. I don't use the Ouija board. It's a decoration, mate, from a legendary shop, Leeds Sorcerer's Apprentice. It's worth a lot of money. I bought it 16 years ago. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, so again, you're not holding anything lightly. You're really going in with strong beliefs. Which may be true. Which may be true, but I can just feel like this lack of surrender, this ego wanting to know, which is not a criticism, because it's, you know, just an inevitable part of a journey, which I think I've only just left myself. Yeah, so this is an issue that keeps coming up, and I don't know how to deal with this. You're 20 minutes behind with a chat. You'll have to do pure live questions and then pure live interaction streams. Lol. I don't know how you solve. I don't know how I solve this, because the only way to solve it is to stay at the bottom, but then nothing makes sense because I've missed all the preamble to what you're now saying. So I think this is the only way to do it. I don't watch many live streamers. I've only ever really watched the bald guy. What's he called? Oh my God, I forgot his name. Raymond, before he got banned, and Marshall Brockway, who's just quit YouTube today. Unbelievable. I need to do a breakdown of that video really that he just did. It's so crazy, man. Like he doesn't see himself. He doesn't see the. He's like, I don't know what to share anymore. Yet he's sharing so honestly and so vulnerably and so authentically. I'm like, what you're doing now, share that. You don't need to talk about women. You don't need to talk about chess. You don't need to have a subject. You don't need to talk about semen retention. He's like, I've talked about all these things and I don't have anything to talk about anymore. I'm like, you're doing the most important thing you've ever done. This is the best video you've ever made. You're finally fucking, well, not finally, like he is super authentic and raw. Doesn't seem to be very conscious though, although I know he was like, he's done all the stuff I've done. Maybe he's not drunk ayahuasca and shit, but he's done it all. Like, I don't really understand why he's so stuck. And it's because the reason he's stuck is because he isn't fucking valuing his authenticity. Like, just share that, bro. Share the not knowing. Gutted. Gutted. Yeah, this is where I'm at without really understanding it, because I don't know much about tarot, but I deeply respect it. You know, it's like astrology, like it's just undeniable. Oh my God, I'll never forget. You know, it just amazes me, like why I'm not more into tarot and astrology, because I've seen like how incredibly accurate it is. So me and my team at the community centre, we did a staff circle. So that consisted of Steve, the most enlightened one there, me, um, someone called Chloe, someone called Tommy, someone called, oh my God, I'm not going to forget her name, am I? Oh, fuck. Chloe's partner. Can't believe I've forgotten her name, but as the story unfolds, you'll see why I've forgotten her name. And Chris. Steve got the elephant, which is like the wise one. I got an otter. I forget exactly what it was, but it's something around play and exposing people's shadow. Chris, who was a total people pleaser, who obviously I completely manipulated because he was a people pleaser. So he just worked all hours of God centered for nothing, well, for the food room and food and awakening. But he was a massive people pleaser, like the biggest people pleaser I've ever met. Like we did loads of work on it with him in men's groups, and to my detriment, because obviously as he did the work, he was less of a people pleaser and did less for the community. But you know, it was for his development. Well, he got the worker bee, the people pleaser. I forget what Chloe and Tommy got, but it was just so perfectly aligned. And then the person whose name I've forgotten, who was only there because she was Chloe's partner. And she had really good practical skills, but she was so depressed and so libtarded. Well, she got the worm, and the worm is like the spiritual seeker is is the worm, like hasn't learned anything yet, and it basically says you need to surrender to the people around you and you need to listen and shut the fuck up, which is exactly what she needed to do. And she said when she got it, she goes, I always get this. It's like, yeah, because you're not doing the fucking work. It was really interesting, and it was just like it was just fucking spot on, man. Just every single card was spot on, and every time I've ever seen it or been part of it, it's always just been so accurate. It's unbelievable, and yet I don't have it in my life. Why are none of it? Is it just because I've had a smoke? None of the comments seem interesting now. And you're all discussing something. I can't just jump in. You're all discussing this blind eye opener thing, and I don't know what you're talking about. So it's hard for me to just jump in. But it looks like an interesting chat. Oh, has he got his own channel? Oh, okay. I'll look at that. I'll look at that. That's great news because this guy's fucking seriously interesting. Like, let's have a look. Bear with me. How do I do it? Right, if I go on here and put oh, what if I just click on it? Actually, can I just click on him? Oh no. How's he spelling it? Soul Cutter. Oh my god, there he is. Alright, let's get the old shared screen on. Well, I'm getting good at this, aren't I? Share screen. Soul Cutter. Share. So hopefully you can now see. Oh no, add to stage. Right, this is Soul Cutter. So he's got 203 subs. Is that DJI Media on your thumbnail? Land of Hope and Glory. Let's just see if he shows his face at all. I'm just interested. I'll mute it because I know there's issues with sound and shit. So that looks. Did I just see Charlie Beach? That's Charlie Beach. So that looks like he's using other people's footage. DJI, why are you just using other people's footage? I don't get it. This looks shit, to be honest. But I will have a closer look later. Let's just click on this one. Something about New World Order. Oh, that's a good sign. Okay, so I don't think Soul Cutter shows his face. It looks to me like he just puts other content together. So yeah, I don't think I'm massively going to recommend that, but you know, you've seen it. You can decide if you want to subscribe to it or not. There's been some weird stuff at CERN that music videos where they take the mickey out of us. Okay, so I'm definitely taking back the whole demon thing. Like, this guy's super interesting and wise, more so than me, I feel. And certainly in terms of knowledge and what's going on in the third dimension, and you know, potentially more dimensions. So I can't comment on this, but what I can comment on is a video I watched the other day regarding CERN where I didn't realize they switch it off. They basically have it on for 4 years and then off for 4 years or something like that. And basically every time they've switched it off, it's been right before a disaster. So right before it might, I don't know if they had it in 2001. I don't think they did, but I think they switched it off just before 2008, and I think they switched it off again in 2019. And I feel like they did it in 2015, and there was something big that happened after that. And basically they're switching it off. It's either now or next year until 2030, Agenda 2030. So yeah, and all the predictions from both economists like normies like Neil McCoy Ward or like channelers, like the whole spectrum are all saying 2027 is when it all happens. You know, so I take that as Project Bluebeam, digital IDs, One World Government revealed. Maybe that's 2030, but definitely Project Bluebeam in 2027. And I think mass endings of people in 2027 as well. Amazing. Have you seen his video today? He's quit. Yeah, all the good people love Marshall. Marshall's amazing. Like he's just authentic and raw and real and beautiful and lovely and has a massive heart. He's great, man. I wonder why you're calling it Stand Up Satan. I know you'll be getting at something that I'm missing. Right, it's a fucking great chat, man. Like, there's Soul Cutter, Blind Eye Open, Dude Man is Mad Cool. Such a good name. Albus Adventures, all having a great fucking shindig. Oh, I think I'm at the bottom of the comments. There we go, it's done. And we've got another hour. Did I say hour? No, we've got another 15 minutes. Oh, thank God. Because I'm at the bottom of the comments. No more money has come in. So, yeah, as it stands, another 15 minutes. What am I going to do for 15 minutes? Are we going to have to resort to watching one of Soul Cutter's shit videos? No, I'm sure we can do better than that. I don't know if they're shit. I didn't really watch any of them. I'm just not really interested in people using other people's footage. If you were doing a voiceover, that would be very different. Maybe I could talk about Marshall somewhere. I think I covered Marshall. Yeah, I think we're done, guys. And I'll give it a few minutes for you to get some more chats in, but I can only go on to what I agreed to go on till if there is stuff for me to speak into. What's this? I half expect some creature to expire from the corner of his absence, revealing a breaking. It's related to this chat. This is the other difficulty I'm having. Is like this chat between these people is so in depth that I can't possibly just jump in. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about the dog because the footy, this is something that will unravel over the next 2 weeks. But all I will say, it was one of the hardest situations that I've encountered. I am going to give it away now because I'm going to tell you that I'm currently editing videos with him in it, and they make me cry when I see his face. I just can't cope. I really love that dog. Oh, fuck it, I'll tell you. So, so I leave that apartment in about 5 episodes, maybe. So obviously, I'm homeless, so I can't take on a dog, and I find this amazing house where dogs are allowed, and I try to go and get him, and the demon dad stops me. And then the demon dad makes a decision, which I won't tell you because that's the end of the story. I tried. I really tried. Oh, okay. So I assume you are doing voiceovers. I didn't put the sound on. So it's the same that you did. You're taking a piss out of one. It's not the same because I went out and did it myself. So that's very different. But as I said before, if you are using other people's footage, doing voiceovers and taking a piss, I'm all for that. Fantastic. But it'd be much better if you went and obviously created your own content. But I can really understand why you wouldn't want to go into the cities and, it's only a matter of time before one of these YouTubers gets shanked. I'm amazed it hasn't already happened. Oh, that's good. That's good. We are programmable just like computers. Yes, look at the zombies as proof. So we do pick up viruses, but not the viruses, but not their sorts of viruses, but probably. I like the fact you've used the word probably. I mean, I'm fairly certain on that. But I like, this is an example of holding everything lightly. Yeah. Science definitely suggests that viruses don't exist. Jesse P. Watson, the best person in the world. He was great when he was talking to Convict. He was like, this trust for science, believe the science. That's what he said. He said as soon as he saw that, he knew it was bollocks because science isn't about belief. Science is empirical. Science is data-led. Science is always questioning. So you can't believe the science. It's like saying, what did he say? It's like saying, I can't remember the example he gave, but it was fucking fantastic. And it's just a complete oxymoron. Believe the science. That only works on people who don't know what science is. It's like literally a complete inversion to believe the science. You know, science is always challenging itself and always disagreeing with itself. It's a constant development. So to just be like, this is the science, believe it. 99% of scientists say global warming. You know, it's just fucking lies. I know. It's devastating. I was devastated. But also, you know, probably for the best from my perspective. I don't think it is from his perspective. Because honestly, I don't actually know what happened to him. I've been told a story, but you can't trust these people. I'm going to give something else away now. So you all think Kabir's still alive because she told us Kabir's alive. You'll find out in a few episodes. No, he's dead. She lied. Why did she lie? Because she doesn't dare tell her husband that he died. Like, so this is the level of disconnection. And, you know, I think you've already seen episodes where I talk about their relationship and how this guy is clearly possessed and is horrible to her. And she's so scared of him, and obviously the superstitions out here, that she has lied to her own husband about him being alive, because if she doesn't, the husband will freak out that his spirit is still in the house. Like, that's the level of retardation and disconnection and distruth we're dealing with here. So I find out in a couple of episodes that no, actually she lied and he's dead. That's fun, isn't it? Ten more minutes unless we're going to 10. So Soul Cutter's channel is a roast piss take channel, all re-edited with new footage, voiceovers, folly, all very well made and some funny. I'm sure it is. If you like to see people off net get piss take, yeah, I've no doubt you're extremely good at that, because anyone who's wise will be, because you can see, you know, you understand why they behave like they behave more than they do. Way more than they do, so you can really break it down beautifully. I've no doubt, but it's good. It's probably not something I'm interested in anymore. You know, I just want to listen to people like Jesse and Lee. But I imagine of that genre, it is very good. So everyone, go and check out Soul Cutter's channel. Not now, after the live, obviously, which is only 9 more minutes. That's not the story I was told. I'm not going to tell you what the story is. I'm going to save a little bit. No, it's not the story I was told, but it's a story, like, you just don't know. Like, when I tried to take him, he said that. So we didn't let the demon dad know it was me, because the demon dad hated me, because obviously he sensed my light and just couldn't stand it. So Anne, who lives there, I don't know if you've met Anne yet, but you will do soon if not. No, you meet her. You might have heard about her. I think I've slagged her off in the episode so far, but I actually become friends with her, you know, loosely. And you will see her in the last episode in the concrete bunker of a hellhole flat. So me and her make a plan. Oh yeah, so she goes to them and says, you know, I found this person who will take the dog, who lives in the forest. And Demon Dad goes, no, I don't want to give him to anyone living in the forest. And then the next day, I text Anne saying, I'm going to steal the dog. I'm not, you know, I'm not letting some demon fucking, you know, abuse this dog. He was just absolutely beautiful. And I'm going to go and steal him. And she goes, too late. And the story is that they gave him to someone who lives in forest. But that was like the day after somebody, me, who lives in the forest, said I'd take him. So it's very hard to believe that's true. So I dread to think what the truth is. If that dog isn't still alive, it just kills me, man, because he was just such a ball of love. All dogs are amazing, but he was a special one. So I really did try. Oh, I just so hope it's true. I just so hope he's in the forest. So I was told he was given a couple own 2 dogs and live in the forest. So hopefully he's playing with 2 dogs in the forest. Really hope it's true, man. I just can't bear the thought that something bad happened to him. All right, Soul Cutter, you fucking argued your case. We're all for it. Go and subscribe to the Soul Cutter. As heartbreaking as it must be for you, Tom, what you said is true. It is not good to keep animals when circumstances beyond your control can prevent you from looking after them. Yeah, essentially, eventually, I would have ended up having to let him down because, or poisoning him. So I'm not going to stay in Vietnam for 15 years. So I would have either had to rehome him, which would have killed him, and I've already experienced that in Thailand when I got sent to jail with 2 dogs, one of which fucking ended up dead a few months later, and the other one, who knows. And so I've already really been through this and experienced the foolishness of rushing into things and thinking you're helping when actually long term it's just going to cause mayhem and despair. So one of the dogs, the one that I don't know what happened to, hopefully he's still alive, Jeremy. When I went when I went to jail for, I think it was 7 days or maybe 10 days, he waited for me. He waited about Taz fucked off. Taz was independent and ended up getting run over. But Jeremy was totally the opposite. He was a little he was a soft lad who really needed me. And he stayed at the house for 10 days while I was in jail waiting for me. And when I came back, so there was an hour, but I came back to the house as they took me to the deportation center. He just screamed. Like, he just went. Obviously, he thought I was back for good. And just fucking devastated. He just screamed. He's like, when he saw me, he was just like, ah. And then I had to leave him. And that was the last time I ever saw him. Getting taken away to a deportation center. Apparently, some hippie took him on a bike. So hopefully she still has him and he's happy. Like, that dog just needed a person so bad. Like, Taz didn't really need a person. Taz could look after himself. I mean, he did end up getting run over, but and then the person who gave me Taz went fucking mental about that. Like, you've let me down. Like, so obviously she's a total pleb, so she sees death as the worst thing ever. But the way I saw it is she was a good woman, so she paid for Taz to be kept in a cage. So she's retarded. She's a retarded Westerner. So she thinks being a street dog is the worst thing ever. Now I see street dogs as they've got a better life than being owned by a retard in England. If you're owned by somebody who walks you on an extendable lead and can't communicate with you and doesn't understand you, that's way worse than being a street dog in Southeast Asia. So she was coming from a retarded place. The way I saw it was he got a year of freedom, and that dog needed to be free. Like, that dog loved being free. And okay, it led to him having a premature death, but he had the best year of his life, 6 months of which was with me and 6 months of which was being a street dog. Whereas had I not have come along, you would still be paying whatever you were paying, which shows you have a good heart, but it's just fucking retarded. For him to be in a cage and thinking that's best because he's alive, like, she thinks being in a jail cell for 10 years is better than being free for 1 year. So that's what I was having to deal with. So I was respectful to her. I was like, like, she was really upset. I was like, I understand, I really understand, and I'm really sorry that this is how it's turned out. And I didn't even go into that. There was no point, because she's never going to be able to hold that. So she's just going to make her more angry. So I just apologized and took responsibility, because there was no point, because she's, retarded. All right, 2 more minutes, unless we get a $5 to keep us going and a $10 to take us to 4 hours. Yeah, exactly. Like, science has belief, science is biased, science is one way, science fits into Agenda 2030, science is of leftism. No, science has no bias. As dude man is mad cool, very well put, and proves that dude man is mad cool. Oh shit, we've got more money. I need to stop reacting like that, don't I? Thank you so much. I'm so happy we have more money. Let me do a little dance for you. This is the money dance, money dance, money dance, money dance. Okay, thank you, Harley Music. Go and check out Harley's music because he's a generous one. I chucked a tenner in last time as well, Tom. Love the channels, dude. Been following since Mexico. Oh, he's a not quite an OG, but he's a long-lasting one. What can we call the Mexico people? So he's an English refugee, OG, but not a Not Today Satan OG. I think we only have one Not Today Satan OG left. So yeah, awesome. That's great, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being part of the journey. Oh yeah, it did sound a bit fucking like, my YouTube channel, I'm so fucking cool. Sounds like I'm a madman defending it and I don't even do it now. I'll say no more. Lovely. I love it when we can spot our ego and just detach from it. Be like, oh, why am I doing that? I don't need to defend myself. It doesn't matter what this retard on YouTube thinks of me. Really? You want to talk about Starmer? Only not past that stage. I'll just talk about them all as one because they're all just puppets for the deep state. So it makes no difference who's in there. They all work for the deep state. Some are more obvious than others, but they all trump low, all work for the same people. That's it, Tom. Exactly. You nailed it. Your description. Thanks, mate. Presumably that's off your channel. Why there were no vids released yesterday. So yeah, I talk about this in probably not today's video. I'm only going to release one video today, so no, it's not in that one because that was filmed before. Then, so the video I released today, I think is up until the videos I recorded today is my best ever video. Then there's the bodywork session, which is linked to that video. So if you're really interested in heart opening and physical healing, then you'll watch that one as well. And then today's videos are fantastic. There's no two ways about it. And oh yeah, I answered this question in that. So basically, I was going through a deep transition. You could refer to it as heart opening, but I realized that sounds woo and egoic, and people are going to get triggered by it. But that is what it is. And of course, in that, it's not just like, oh, heart open the night, I'm amazing. It's like, oh shit, here's all the pain that's covering my heart. You know, that's been stopping me from being open-hearted before, but I've got to feel and get through first, which you saw in the last live. And what's the question? Oh, right, yeah. So I'm lying there last night, and I'm feeling it all, and then I'm also feeling my ego or hearing my ego go, "You need to release a video today. It's so important. You've got to keep consistency, views, money. This is the most important thing." And I'm like, from this embodied state. And like hearing about like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber, that's what I do. And then like, you know, and then just being like, whoa, what's more important here? Like, am I really going to come out of this intense process that I've only ever really experienced this depth of feeling before with plant medicine, but now it's just happening when I'm sober? Like, am I really going to not fucking honor that and not allow this process to work through to the fullest it can tonight for a YouTube video when I'm already totally affluent? I don't, you know, it doesn't, I could not earn any money for the next 4 weeks and it wouldn't matter. So am I really going to, you know, let the ego dictate what happens tonight? So it was quite a deep surrender, actually. It was me really stepping into valuing myself, my process, and what I need in the moment over being a YouTuber. And I have scheduled one on this channel for today, but I still need to edit the English refugee video for today, which isn't a big deal. You know, I could bang out a video today in it would require 4 minutes of my actual time, maybe 6 minutes of my actual time, but it would require half an hour to 40 minutes of my consciousness in terms of it's uploading, then I need to do the description. You know, I can't just do it all in one. It's only 4 to 6 minutes, but it's done over half an hour. So today I was like, am I going to release a video today? I mean, the fact that I've done a live, I'm pretty sure I'm in that energy now. So I'm pretty sure there will be an English refugee video. Yeah, I'm almost certain there will be. There's definitely going to be one on this channel. It's already scheduled for 5:30. Oh, that's a good question. What are your thoughts on people who take their own life? Mark Eves. Mark, thank you for your emails. I looked at the first film and I can appreciate what you think is beautiful about it, or what is beautiful about it, I should say. So it seemed to me like it was just scenes from Nepal, which obviously is great. I watched the first 3 minutes and then I skipped to 3 sections and was kind of expecting to see a film and a story, and then realized or assumed that it's just scenes. And yeah, some of the scenes were fucking epic. But yeah, I don't watch anything anymore. I listen to things now. I listen to people speaking. I very rarely look at a screen, other than right now. Let's turn it down. Fuck me, it's very bright. I assume that makes no difference on your end. We can't do. Oh, we're dropping down to 59 people. That must be getting boring. But yeah, it just wasn't for me, mate. And then I haven't looked at the other stuff you sent me. But I appreciate it. I appreciate you trying. Thank you. What are your thoughts on people taking their own life? I think it's really sad. I think it's understandable. I've wanted to do it many times myself, but never had the balls to do it. In some ways, I think it's really courageous. I mean, it's a paradox. You know, I'm gonna answer it in a paradoxical way, because that's all I can do, because I see the duality playing out in everything. So in one sense, I think it's really courageous. You know, they've done something that I didn't dare do. But I also think it's so essentially what is happening when you do that is you are there's a really good way of wording this, which I've done before. Let me see if I can do it again. No, I can't, but I can try and describe it. So this is where you are. This is where you are. Spiritually, energetically, egoically. This is where you're going. This is where your spirit is taking you. This is where God has decided you're going. This is where you're going. In between that is all the resistance you're going to feel. So that's going to show up as depression. And as I've said before, you know, that those emotions that you have to feel to get from here to here, we can call this the void as well. This space, this whole space is often referred to as the void. But it's essentially representing your resistance. It's representing your resistance to the self that you are becoming, to the self that you are destined to be, and to the self that you actually want to be. But you've got to feel all this first. So basically, it's the ultimate in resistance. It's the fullest resistance. It's resisting to a point where you check out rather than flowing through this. You're going to resist it. Now, I've spent many times resisting the void, and therefore the void's gone on for 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, months, whatever, before I realized what it was and how to navigate it. So for most people, or for people that don't go to the extremes of resistance, ending it rather than feeling it, then this will look like depression, and the amount of time it takes is all down to how much you're resisting. Obviously, you could also describe that as how much you're leading in, the two ends of the spectrum. So yeah, checking out is basically the ultimate resistance to surrendering. It's the opposite of surrendering. So it's a really bad idea. And then you've got the so the reason I think it's a bad idea is because I don't think you're going to get away with this I don't think you're going to, if you're meant to be this, I don't think you're going to be able to leave as this and just go to heaven. Obviously, heaven doesn't exist. I shouldn't have said that. That's confusing things. Become an ethereal being that doesn't feel emotion, negative emotion. I think to be this ethereal being that you will want to be once you pass over, even if you don't realize that's what's going to happen, then you had to experience this. And you didn't. You gave up. So I think what's going to happen is you check out and you go in the wheel of samsara and you go, oh shit, fuck, oh my God, I'm not actually dead. It didn't work. I've just lost my body. And Jesus comes along and reassures you, but obviously he's a demon and he just sends you back in. That's what I think happens. Not so certain about the whole Jesus thing. It could also be a tunnel with a light at the end. But also, even worse than that, what if, and actually I think this is probably quite likely, I mean, what are ghosts? What are demons? What are evil spirits? Are they people who ended their life prematurely? So all that happens is the physical body goes away, but the soul is still here. And then the soul has no choice other than to become demonic, because to survive, it has to attach to someone. And therefore you are, a parasite. I think that's what's kept me alive. Also the fact that I'm a pussy. I'm very courageous. But that is, I remember a particular ayahuasca ceremony where I really realized this. And I remember turning to a wise elder called Richard, really good man. I wish he was still in my life. I don't know how that ended. I haven't spoken to him for years, but he was great. I remember talking to him about it, and he described this moment as losing his trump card. And I just so resonated with that. It was like I'd been walking around my whole life with this trump card in my back pocket, or what felt like a trump card, where at any moment I could just go, I'm ending myself. See ya, it's over. I don't need to be part of this anymore. And there being a great sense of relief in that, like a great, like really holding that as an option. I would say until this moment, and this was probably when I'm 32 or 3, so 7 years ago, until this moment, I pretty much lived with an inevitability that was how my life was going to finish. And my aim was to not do it before my mum expired, because obviously I knew what it would do to her. So that was really my goal. My goal in life was to not end myself until my mum passed. And then as soon as she passed, it just felt like an inevitability, really. It wasn't even really a question for me. It was just like, that's obviously what's going to happen. And my life was absolutely going that way until, I started doing the work. And is that the end of the story? Is there more? I feel like there's more. Oh yeah. So this ayahuasca ceremony, like I suddenly this trump card was taken away from me, and I was devastated. I was like, oh right. So basically, I'd been deluding myself that death was the end. But in this ceremony, it became very clear to me that death isn't the end, and I was just like, oh shit, like that's not an option, because I don't know what happens on the other side of that, and the chances are, well, what I do know is that it's not an end. So why would you do it? All you're doing is risking having to play out the rest of your time that you were assigned on this flat realm, definitely not spinning realm, I should say, without your flesh body. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be a lot harder. And then if we go into like the very agreed consensus in, I guess, the new age scene, that we are basically, I mean, the main story that plays out there is that this is like Earth School, and we've come to learn and advance as ethereal beings. I'm not saying that is the case, but it's a widely held belief system. Well, what impact does it have on that, or whatever version of that is actually playing out? So I just think it's a really bad idea, but I also understand it, have great sympathy for it. I've been there many times, but I'm really, really glad I didn't do it. Look at this person trying to shame me from a place of retardation when all I've done is be totally open, totally honest. I called it in the first vid, aren't I amazing? Yeah, I can't use my real name, I can't show my face, I could never actually be a YouTuber, I took the vaccine, I'm a fucking retard in the office, but I called it, I'm better than him, yeah! Delete. Ban and delete. Albus, Black Albus. They don't hold things quite as lightly as I would resonate with, but we are very appreciative and can see that Albus is well on the journey and is developing rather a lot of wisdom. I agree. I had my Staffy for 14 years and he was absolutely amazing, loving and obedient boy. Lost him 8 years ago and it still hurts. Months later, lost my mum to cancer. That was a shit month. Yeah, it sounds like a really tough month. Oof, bless you, Albus. Oh, I clicked on your channel actually. Albus is your dog, isn't it? Yeah. Albus Adventures is a channel about Albus, the French bull spaz dog. Because I love them, not knocking it, but they are fucking inbred retards that have been created by humans, one step above a pug. You know, imagine a wolf looking at a French bulldog or a pug and just going, how the fuck did it come to this? Oh yeah, humans, retards. Really unhealthy dogs. So I owned a dog crash, a dog socialization center, and so it's you know, we go through phases of dogs that people get, don't we? So when I was growing up, everyone got a Labrador. When I opened the dog crash, everyone had a cockapoo. By everyone, I mean like normies. And then French bulldogs were like the next big burst. Oh my god! So we got loads of French bulldogs coming to a crash, and they were just off all the time with like eye problems, skin problems. Great dogs, don't get me wrong, full of character. I can see why people get them. They look fucking. They look so retarded. They look amazing. Really cool dogs. And if you do get a healthy one, like there were a couple that you know had good genes, it's fantastic. But you know, dogs should never be that shape. You know, like King Charles Spaniels. Oh, what is it about them? It's something about their eyes. They've been so inbred. Something like their eye. Oh yeah, their eyes are too big for their head, and loads of them end up losing their eyes. Pugs are obviously just fucking sluts. They can't even breathe. Yeah, so many French bulldogs and pugs ended up getting operations on their necks so that they could breathe. Really bad, really sad. But I'm sure Albus is amazing, and I'm sure if you like dogs, your channel is very entertaining. Oh, look, here he is on his actual channel. He is an egoic fucking prick. He does care. He does want you to subscribe. Everyone, this is Lee. He's amazing. If you struggle with what I'm saying, then there is no point subscribing. But if you dig what I'm saying, then subscribe to this man. He is a whole nother level. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. I really appreciate this man, his videos, everything about him. He's putting up with the adverts. Why don't you just have YouTube Premium on this channel? I don't understand. I understand why really big YouTubers do it. Like Charlie Veach, obviously isn't going to watch off Charlie Veach. If they want to comment, that is. And even then, I still think they should. I just think you should just be fucking authentic and not give a fuck what anyone says or thinks. But you know, Charlie Veach isn't awakened. So yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why you wouldn't just have one channel. My YouTube Premium is on this channel, and I comment off this channel. What do you mean you were here before Satan? Check my name. I've been subbed a long time. Before what? Before what do you mean by before Satan? Like, do you mean before my channel, not today Satan? Well, how's that possible? That was the first one. Oh wow! So Albus Adventures is an OG. She missed Thailand, but you know, only 200 people were watching Thailand. Or just watching like this. Oh my god, this guy's going to end up in jail. It was so obvious. And I was like, you're all in fear. You're not trusting jail. Oh, you were right. Wow, that's awesome, Albus. That's really cool. You're not called Albus. Your fucking dog's called Albus. But I'll just keep calling you Albus unless you tell me your name. So you're a Sheffielder. I love having Sheffield people watch me. And I love the fact you've been watching since Sheffield. That's great. Yeah, I really like you, man. Yeah, like, we're not talking about this shit. Albus knows. Why is that guy asking him about K-Stop? Go and watch the Lotus Eaters. Have I done? I think I've done my time. I can't remember where we got to. Right, so Harley was the last person. I think we were doing 3. Yeah, we were going to do 3:15, and Harley put a 5 in. So really, I've done my time. Can we get another 5 for the big 4 hours? I'll do another 3 or 4 minutes. Let's see if we can get another 5 and do the big 4 hours. Oh shit! I need to order food now. Oh, okay. Oh, I can order food after. If we get to 4 hours, that is. £5, people. £5. Calling in £5. Who's going to keep the chat going? Fucking hell. It is quite a chat as well. Fucking should do, shouldn't he? That dog probably has deep-rooted insecurities about his tail that has probably been repressed. So bad, isn't it? I think this is the beauty of dogs. Now, again, much like a French bulldog, that dog shouldn't really exist. Nowhere near as much as a French bulldog. Like I think it might come from the Pyrenees, maybe, which is a proper dog. Yeah, I think dogs are so wonderful that they don't suffer from. Well, obviously they do suffer from trauma. Like you can see if a dog's been abused. But also, they're just so trusting and so magical that as long as they're shown love, nothing like that matters. Obviously, I think it's disgusting. I think it's cruel. I think chemically it's really bad. I think the process of doing it won't be great for the dog. But I think once it's done, the dog won't notice. I don't think the dog will hold on to that. I think the dog would hold on to like being beaten or neglected. But that guy loved it. That guy loved his dog. That guy loved his dog, man. He was a really good owner, especially in this part of the world. You don't see many people who own a dog in the same way that we do out here. And okay, yes, he's dying its tail, so it's still not the same. But the love that man had for his dog and the care he took for it, that was all there. So that's all that really matters. Very funny comment, though. Very funny comment. Oh, shit, we're doing 4 hours. Stop reacting like that, Tom. Pretend you're happy. No, I am really happy. I'm really enjoying it. It's great. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support, everyone. You're amazing. I spoke about this I will get to your comment in a minute, Evimus. I spoke about this in the last live, like this intellectual dilemma I have. It's not really felt yet in my body. So therefore I have no decision around, the fact that I actually really enjoy doing lives. I am it's fairly clear that it's what I'm supposed to do as what has been gifted with the path that has been offered to me, and I've now walked down it, or I'm walking down it, and therefore it's obvious that I have to pass on what I learn. So, and this feels like the best way of doing it, other than one-on-one sessions, of course. And then you could also say that, if you did the lives and weren't bothered about money, well, you'd get more one-on-one sessions, like the lives being one-on-one sessions, because people see how wise you are. And hopefully they see my ability to break things down and reflect people. But of course, it's also mixed in with that retard, which isn't in my sessions. But right now, where I'm at, if I don't get paid, I'm not doing it. Simple as that. But I think that's probably maybe not where I will be in a few weeks, potentially. But right now, that is definitely where I'm at. What do you mean by surrendering, and what is the void? Okay, so you'll never really understand it until you experience it, because until it's experienced. It can only be a intellectual understanding, which often turns into projection and all this crazy ego stuff. Let me see if I can show you, because that's really the best way. So this is control. This is surrender. So how do we apply that to life and spirituality? Control looks like voting. Control looks like discussing politics. Control looks like being a slave because you are conditioned into a belief of scarcity, i.e., if I don't have a job, I will starve. Or even worse than that, if I don't have a job, my mother will judge me. So it's status driven. Because you know you won't starve because there's a dole. And it's not fair for immigrants. Well, it is in many ways. You know, you can just go to a doctor and say, I've got anxiety. So most people wouldn't be able to surrender to that because they'd be scared of what their friends and family would think. Status. So status is control. Status, the addiction to status keeps you enslaved. Now, this isn't me saying that being on the dole is the answer. Of course not. Being a creator of your own existence and your own income is obviously the answer. But if the step from enslavement to creator involved some time on the dole, so you could experience yourself, because how can you ever awaken if you're being enslaved 40 hours a week? Like, that takes all your energy. There's no time for thought, let alone feeling. And you can't possibly feel, because if you start to allow yourself to feel, it's not, you know, you can't just open your heart at home and then close it at work. You're either open or you're closed. So if you start opening up at the weekend, and then you have to go into the office on Monday, and obviously you have to fucking do this in the office because you have to pretend to be a fucking libtard, retard, yes sir, no sir, everything's racist, otherwise I'll get sacked, you know. So you're very close, very unsurrendered. So surrender looks like following what you're shown, following what scares you, surrendering to it. The ayahuasca example is also really good for this. So in ayahuasca ceremonies, I won't go into it too much because I spoke about this a lot. There's a lot of getting well that people call getting sick, but of course it's getting well. You're removing illness. So when you first go through that process, you'll do this because you've been conditioned to believe that being sick is shameful, and because it only happens if you're ill or you've alcohol poisoned yourself, and it's just looked down on by society. And you have stories around hating being sick, and obviously it feels fucking awful. So the ayahuasca brings up all the emotion and brings up the physical sickness. So you're like, oh my God, why have I drank this? Control, contortion. And then you're just sick all over yourself, and it's fucking painful, and it goes on for ages because you resisted it. So resistance is obviously the opposite of surrender. And then when you've done that a few times and you're covered in sick, then you learn to go, oh, right, it's happening again. Emotions are coming again. Oh, my God, I think it's going to happen again. Right, well, this didn't work last time. What if I... And then you actually like get into the right position with a straight back over the bucket. So you're assisting the getting well rather than resisting the getting well. You're surrendering to it. It all happens much faster. Has that answered your question, or does it need taking down a few levels? And I'm not saying that as a piss take. I'm genuinely asking, like, you know, you could be very new to this way of thinking, this way of being, this experience of this existence. So it may be that you need that explaining on a more less complex level, and more I don't know if I can do it, but I would certainly try because you've given £10. So let me know if that's answered your question, and if you need it, for want of a better phrase, if you need it dumbing down, I'm happy to do that. And I'm not judging you if you do need that. If you are still very conditioned, that's fine. Many people are. I was. It's all a journey. It's all a step. I've been on every step of that journey myself, except for the ones that are obviously beyond me, but I've been on all the ones back there. So I've been the person that didn't understand surrender. I've been the person that had to drink ayahuasca at least 8 times before he even began to get the concept of surrender. So let me know if that helps you, and if not, I'll try again. So all the best people leave the UK. Like, it's so clear. So it sounds like, I think picking into the conversation, but Blind Eye Wide Open left in 2012. So that's like, they really saw what was happening. They saw that Olympic ceremony and thought, I'm fucking out. And then Albert's Adventures, I was early 20s before I left the UK. As in 2020s or your age? I was early 20s. It's that before bit that surprises me, because if you're talking about your age, that's really young. Before I left the UK and did a good bit of traveling until I was 32, then had kids and only left for holidays since then. Very hard with children. Doable, but very hard. They're definitely a whole nother level when you've got that level of responsibility. Only financially, because obviously the school system is just horrendous in England. I mean, if anything, that's a reason to leave. So this whole like, oh, my kids are in school, I can't leave until, that's just fucking retarded bullshit. I would like to think that people of this level of consciousness would be homeschooling their kids, although I understand that, that's very, very difficult to do. And, it's so easy to be the best parent in the world when you don't have kids. I mean, I would be a fucking incredible dad. I wouldn't have the patience. I wouldn't really want to be around them. But I was just thinking the other day, like, how I would deal with a kid doing something wrong and how I would, so I was having a fire and I was thinking, what would I do if I had a 5-year-old child and we threw plastic in the fire? And, most parents obviously would be like, oh, don't do that, that's wrong, and like shame the child. But I think what I would do is I would be like, hey, Jack, let me tell you something. Here's an interesting thing about plastic. It's really fun when you burn it, isn't it? Like, wow, that was fucking great fun. Hopefully I won't say fucking. But here's something. I just want to tell you something about plastic. This will be interesting to know. But it's not from nature. It's actually made by man, and it's a really dangerous product. And when we burn it, it goes into nature, and it's actually really bad for nature. So when we burn this wood, that's nature returning to nature. But when we burn plastic, we are destroying nature. And then just see what he does. And if he keeps burning plastic, I didn't think into what I would do then. I thought I would just allow it. Because I want him to make the decision, I want him to make the decision, not from being ashamed, from wisdom. So I would like to think that if it was explained well, then the child would then make a decision, especially if it's my child and it's being brought up in nature and not being sent to indoctrination camp and all that bollocks. There's no way I would send my kid to school. But also I'm not going to have a kid because I realize that's a massive commitment especially if you're not going to send it away for 6 hours a day. I just think, and in that moment because I've always just assumed that I'd be a terrible father, just because I've, always thought I'm pretty selfish. And in that moment I was like, oh, you'd be an amazing dad. Still don't want to do it. Honestly, I feel like, oh God, this is going to really piss the retards off. But, I really, it's becoming obvious, but I'm a father of consciousness. I'm a father of humanity. Like, I'm here to teach many children, but none of them are going to be blood related to me. Because that is how I see humans, as children, essentially. Like, of course, there's some. Soul Cutter, Lee, Jeroen, who's the other one? Jesse. They're fucking adults. But essentially, especially in Southeast Asia, but really just everywhere, because everyone's an NPC or has a severe level of retardation. I basically view everyone as children. And that's really, really helpful, because as one of my best teachers ever, the guy that I did the community center with, Steve, said to me, so this is when he was trying to reflect to me that although everything you say is true, the way you deliver it is horrendous and brutal and, means people can't hear it. And this is when it was way worse than it is now. Like, I know it's still brutal. What was the fucking point of this? Oh, I've lost it. Totally lost it. Steve, brutal, sharing. Oh, fuck, man. This was going to be good as well. It will come back. Just give me a second. The way you share it is brutal. It's about the energy. I was talking about being a dad. It was Steve's lesson. What was Steve's lesson? He told me about. Oh yeah. So he introduced this concept to me of like, try to see them as children. Like he was like, would you get angry with a 4-year-old that can't do long division? And I was like, well, no, of course not. That would be stupid. And he's like, well, this is what we're dealing with. So we were running this shadow work center, and I was getting really angry at the people that were coming in because they were just fucking spasms. And he was like, we're dealing with children. Like, and that really helped me because, of course, it's very easy to see that one would not get angry with a 4-year-old who can't do long division. Yet I was getting angry with very conditioned people, very indoctrinated people because they weren't enlightened. It's exactly the same thing. Travel is a great teacher, not can be, it is a great teacher. So like we're brought up in a narrow bandwidth of, particularly the UK, very narrow bandwidth, but all of Europe, I mean, obviously Spain and Italy, like that bandwidth increases a bit, but it's such a narrow bandwidth of repression and restriction. And then you come to Southeast Asia and it's just a full spectrum. So it's got all the repression and all the, communism and very authoritarianism, but also it's got like total freedom and it's just a full fucking spectrum. You could also see that as 5-star luxury and street food. It's just a full spectrum of life. So very enlightening, very awakening, great teacher. I mean, fuck me, like what I learned in Thailand, I could never have learned in England. Oh my God. But it can also transform the places you go into the same hellholes you wanted to leave. Don't quite get that last bit. Oh, this guy's great. This guy's a very wise one. Ending yourself runs through lifetimes and ancestral collective. Yeah, that's that's my feeling. I think it's very detrimental. I think it's really detrimental. Now, this ancestral thing is massive. I don't know enough about it. This guy would be able to teach us a lot more. But basically, my ayahuasca shamaness is they're all about, anyone who's deeply wise and into lineage and stuff, they talk about the number 7 comes up all the time. And we talk about, your 7 previous generations. It's just been massive. Like, it's huge. Ancestry, lineage, bloodline. It's fucking huge. Way more than I understand. I can't really speak into it. So this very wise person, I know this is a wise person. He runs a school in Bali. And he says that ending yourself runs through lifetime and ancestral collective. Now, this ancestral collective is what I'm interested in. The lifetimes is pretty obvious to me. But the ancestral collective, like, oh, I can feel that. Like, I can feel the depth of that because I can feel how much I'm shifting my ancestral collective, my timeline. I can see how I've come to really change things and am really changing things. And I can feel that. Without really understanding it, I can feel it. So, wow, I think we've got more money. So, yeah, there's your answer. There's a much better answer. Oh, Debbie again. You're so fucking lovely. Might as fucking well. Why not? If you can afford it, then why not give to somebody who is giving back to you? It's all symbiotic. Ayahuasca fascinates me so much so that I can't spell it. Very understandable, very hard words to spell. And that is how you would think it's spelled. Ayahuasca fascinates me. I have watched many documentary type things about people who go into the Amazon and have a shaman do a ceremony. What's stopping you doing it? Fear. What are you scared of? Ah, myself. Ah. Do it, do it, do it. It'll just change everything. Honestly, obviously, I can only speak from my perspective, but genuinely, I don't think one has any chance without ayahuasca. I just cannot possibly see. Lee, have you done ayahuasca? You must have done ayahuasca. I just can't possibly see how one could get over the intense repression, retardation, indoctrination. Sorry, I'm just ordering food. Without the assistance of ayahuasca, like because Because you'll never learn to surrender. A person that asks about surrender, you've got to drink ayahuasca to really know. Or certainly, you know, at least 10 grams of mushrooms. Because you'll just never be able to experience it without it. I don't see how it's possible. But that's just that's been true for me. So, you know, maybe not. You know, maybe Lee will tell us that he's never taken a hallucinogen. I would be amazed. But, you know, there's a chance. I'm trying to think, do I know anyone wise that's never danced with the medicine? Like, and I mean proper wise. I can't think of one. I probably do. I'm trying to think. No, James has done it. And he's not even that wise. Let me just do this. 6, 6, There's order. Bring me food, minion. Yeah, I just think ayahuasca is crucial. I think hallucinogens are crucial, and also I just don't think shrooms are enough. I think they're a great step. I think they're, you know, the starting point. But honestly, I've ever, and then, you know, peyote, like totally the opposite of ayahuasca. So ayahuasca is very feminine, very like, so the good analogy is the grandfather and the grandmother. So the grandmother, stereotypically, obviously not every single one, but stereotypically the grandma is very in your face, do this, do that. Well, that's ayahuasca. So ayahuasca takes you, and you have to surrender. Whereas peyote is like the grandpop on in his rocking chair with his pipe, reading his newspaper. You're the grandchild in this analogy, and he's not coming to you. He's not interested. He is very interested if you come to him. If you come to him, he'll put his paper down and give you all the time in the world and all the wisdom you require. But he ain't going to come to you if you're scuttling about on the floor and being childish. Whereas your grandma is going to come to you and be like, don't do that, do this, don't do that, do this. Oh, you've got your knees dirty, let me clean your knees. And obviously, they're both very necessary. Like, I'm not making one better than the other. Both in terms of grandmas and granddads, and both in terms of the medicines. But that's what they're called. Peyote is called the grandfather, and ayahuasca is called the grandmother. And that's kind of like the code word for it. But it's also it's also the code word for a reason, because that represents the energies of those medicines. So yeah, ayahuasca, you are absolutely forced to surrender, and it's going to absolutely take you on a journey no matter what you want or do. Whereas peyote, if you don't meet peyote, and that looks like kneeling and being present and being part of the ceremony. So in ayahuasca, you're not part of the ceremony. Like, you are in one way, but you're out of it. Everyone's in their own fucking dimension, and then you've just got the shamaness or shaman holding the ceremony in the middle. And obviously within that there is a collective, I'm sure, but it's very much an individual experience until you start to sober up. Whereas peyote is completely the opposite. It's totally collective, and it's all about what the circle creates together. So the way I've done it before, and this is, all peyote ceremonies involve a lot of singing. Now, traditionally, peyote, right, so, fucking hell, I didn't want expecting to go into all this, so I've only got fucking 3 minutes left. I guess we'll go on a bit longer. Oh, and I've still got to fucking acknowledge these people and answer their questions. So, it was Debbie, wasn't it? Just being the amazing Debbie that she is. So yeah, let me finish on this. Okay, so traditionally peyote, only the so how it works in this. Okay, so this is Lakota tradition that I'm speaking into now. So obviously there are going to be other traditions. So fire in the middle represents source. Represents the teacher, God. And tobacco, right? So this is where tobacco gets refamed. You might watch wise people and be like, why do we all smoke? I've been conditioned to believe that smoking is the worst thing ever. Well, in American Indian tradition, that's such a retarded word. In native peoples, oh fuck knows, man, because all the liberalism comes in the people's tradition. That was even worse. tobacco is the most sacred plant. It's the first spiritual teacher. So they I was going to say believe, but they know that when one smokes tobacco, you are connected with, I'm just going to say the gods, but obviously, you know, there's many different words for that. And they're listening to you. You know, the tobacco that's what it does in their tradition. You know, the person with the tobacco, the gods are listening to them. So that's great responsibility. So in Lakota tradition, only the elders, so they'll all sit in a circle. And, oh no, they don't sit, they kneel all night. Now, peyote is a cactus, very dry, especially if you eat it in powdered form. Now, I think, yeah, right, yeah, so they don't have it in powdered form. They cut the cactus and they eat the cactus, so it won't be quite as dry. We eat it in the UK in powdered form because that's the only way they can get it here. You know, it's posted in a fucking aloe vera fucking, you know, wrapping. Aloe vera powder. And right, so it's the real deal, the real people, the Mexicans, they will kneel all night long. And there'll be no water in the ceremony. Like, you get fucking hot with that fire. Very dehydrated. Obviously, as retards in the UK, we're drinking water all the time. I mean, we're fucking chewing on this sand dust. Peyote sand dust is fucking horrible. But as Dow put, oh, fuck. As the teacher told us, peyote will reflect your heart. So if it tastes bitter, that's as bitter as your heart. And he claims that it tastes sweet for him. And I did notice that changing, but by the time I left the peyote circle, I still, you know, had a bitter heart. So it was still like eating bitter sand to me. So the point I'm trying to make is when you are with the tobacco praying, great responsibility is on you for yourself and your tribe. So, because you will get what you pay for. If you fucking eat peyote and kneel in front of the fire with a tobacco, the gods are listening to you. And I can give you a great example of that from my life. So before I worked out, you know, the shaman's always saying, be very careful what you pray for, because it will come, but it won't come how you think it will. So if you pray for strength, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get ill. So you learn how to be strong. So I naively and egoically, so this is when I was a millionaire businessman, I prayed for the destruction of my ego. Great fire, I pray to be less egoic. I pray for whatever lessons I need to be more humble and not of the ego. Now, I had been getting blackmailed for 2 years at this point by some fat cunt who had created videos that would destroy my business, basically. And she'd been threatening me with them for 2 years, but had never released them. I wasn't getting blackmailed because I didn't give her any money, but I was getting threatened. And an hour after this peyote ceremony finished, she released those videos. Well, guess what that did? It destroyed my business. And guess what? My ego was attached to my business. I got what I paid for. I lost about 200 grand. I lost my self-worth and my self-respect. But I also, you know, started the process of the destruction of the ego. I got exactly what I paid for. So great responsibility comes when you have the tobacco in your hand in front of a fire in a peyote ceremony. Hence, why in Lakota tradition, they do not put that tobacco in the hands of youngsters, of inexperienced people. Only the elders are allowed to smoke with a tobacco. So there's an amazing man called Crowley. I really hope he's still alive, but if he's passed over now, it was meant to be. He's an elder, a real elder. I think when I met him, he was well into his 80s. Incredible man. He's what you call a road man from Mexico, the real deal, fully connected to a lineage. Been eating peyote since he was 3 years old. Probably younger. I think in his tradition they give it to you as a baby. And certainly as a 3-year-old, I've seen 3 and 4-year-olds consume it. And so what he does is he goes around the world with the medicine as a roadman, And when he meets someone in one of his ceremonies that he feels can hold the responsibility of being a medicine carrier, what we refer to as a shaman. But the English version, the Peyote man that I speak of, he would never call himself a shaman because he's not connected to a lineage. But he was chosen by a shaman who is connected to a lineage. And my Peyote shaman describes the moment he was chosen, and he was basically on the floor, surrendering to the medicine. It might have been, it must have been a Peyote ceremony. And Crowley came up and drew with a stick and drew his outline in the soil around him. And my teacher was just like, I mean, I think he was out of it, but you know, when he came around, it was like, you know, like they do at murder scenes. It was like, what the fuck's going on here? And basically, Crowley said, you've been chosen. Obviously, he'll have used way more beautiful language in this, but you know, I'm choosing you. You are going to be the medicine carrier for the UK. And I'm never going to have to come back to the UK because you're here now. And I can go and find other medicine carriers all around the world, and we can, because we know what's really beautiful about these people is, you know, and maybe there's a bit of libtardism in this, but I think it's fair to say this is accurate. You know, these people were so persecuted by people who look like me. And they took the most sacred thing in their lives and their teacher and basically God in cactus form, and they took it to the mountains to protect them because they knew that we wouldn't understand it and we'd just fucking destroy it. And they protected it for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, while men that looked like me took everything from them, everything, their way of life, changed stories about them so that we refer to them as what's the word that's used? There's a word begins with S. Basically, we made up stories about them being fighting all the time. This is what they say. You know, so you'll see these fantastic structures, tamakalis, they're called. They're like pyramids, but they have steps because they represent the shadow work journey. I'm not going to go into that tangent because that will take fucking ages. You see these all around the world, and what they claim, the history they share, is that actually what happened is the tribes would come together every so often and they'd stay in one place and they'd build these incredible structures and then they'd go off and be nomads again. And there was actually very little fighting between the tribes. But we've painted them as, there's a word that we use, savages, the savages. That's you know, that's what our history has taught us they were. But I think they were really beautiful, connected people. Anyway, so we called them savages. We took away everything. We killed them all except for the ones that hid up in the mountains with the peyote. And then what happens? What do these people do when the time is right? They bring the medicine to the people that took everything from them. Oh, God, I might cry. So Crowley, you know, has experienced this, or certainly is one generation away from this. And he is now taking the medicine to the people that destroyed his whole tribe. Because he knows that the only way they can get back to the beauty that they had, which is, you know, living in synergy with the lands, is if every single Westerner and, you know, basically everyone that's never experienced medicine experiences medicine, experiences the great teacher, the ayahuasca, the peyote, the iboga. See you soon, guys. Big love.